Hi everyone. Okay. Sorry, just opened up YouTube and there's a lot on here. So gonna do an interesting stream today. We're gonna tie a few things together here. But there's a couple things I want to discuss before we do this stream and tie these things together. I gotta go find her. No, it's before that one. That's the Tortured Poets Department one. There we go. I haven't seen part 2. I've just seen part 1 of this video.
Today.
Okay, anyways. Hey, my Joshy Washy Dashi, how you doing? Hey, Lexi. Okay, give me a sec. I'm searching up a couple things. So before I start the stream today, I want to talk about something that's going on with all the creators. I don't like what's going on. There's going to be an interesting stream, I think, in 3.5 hours. I think it's like 4 o'clock my time. I don't get how this happened. Okay, so Fancy and Sarah have a falling out after a week after the Chillicothe incident. Wonder what this is. The YouTube algorithm is weird, Joshy. 2 days ago, I was gonna do this stream yesterday because I was watching YouTube trying to figure out my next stream when the algorithm because I googled Taylor Swift, because I googled Gypsy Rose, and because I do Google the occasional Christian thing. And so the algorithm put all that together and said, hey, you might like this video. Because remember, a couple months ago we were watching videos about Taylor Swift and witchcraft. So the algorithm has been throwing this stuff at me. Okay, so anyways, let's see, scheduled for, at 5 o'clock tonight, 5 o'clock my time, I think, Central. So Fancy and Sarah have this humongous falling out, and literally it is tearing through every creator. Every creator is getting ripped apart right now. You either take Fancy's side or it doesn't matter if you take Sarah's side or not. If you don't take Fancy's side, Fancy's watching and she's gonna get you. Some of us streamers have sat back and gave a little bit of our opinion, but we haven't taken sides. We don't take sides. I think there's something sus about both sides. I've questioned a few things that Sarah has said. I don't trust everything that's said by either of them. What do they mean by issues with Toddy One Skip? Live in 4 hours. I don't know if this is good or bad. How did Toddy get tied into this Fancy and Sarah thing? I don't get. Where did this... Toddy has not teamed up with any streamer. Toddy has not taken sides. They do 10-minute videos where they briefly gives her side. They don't do 2-3 hour long videos where they talk about it and have guests on and talk about it and rip through people. I will be watching this stream tonight because I hope it's not one that is it good or bad issues with Toddy. Does Toddy know this stream is happening? If anybody in my stream, I think it's just toddy1skip@gmail.com, is it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't get why this is going down, and I don't know if Toddy knows about it and if it's good or bad, and Toddy does know about it, and she's like, oh, okay, it's nothing bad. Because why is Into the Weeds attacking people? So anyways, this chick...
Ready for a great internet value? You got it. From Quantum Fiber. It's internet freedom unleashed. Quantum Fiber...
Dive right into...
Some Christian cartoons came across my algorithm. And I love the little cartoons, so I watch these little 10-minute Christian cartoons. 10, 15-minute little Christian cartoons. There's this guy that makes these really cute little Christian cartoons that explains all kinds of things. Pretty much any question you have about Christianity and God and Jesus and stuff, these little cartoons explain it. They're cute. I like sometimes when people can get that creative on YouTube and, you know, make a little cartoon to explain it. I wish I knew how to do that. I'd be like, here's my cartoon up there in that box that way. Wait, that way, that box. It'd be fun to have a little cartoon above my head. Put it in like a little thought bubble. That'd be fun. So anyways, this chick wants to explain. She does a very good job because my husband explained to me something a few weeks ago, and he didn't use Taylor Swift to explain it. He just plain out explained it. But she explains it using Taylor Swift. About, can you be Christian and can you listen to Taylor Swift? And there is a fine line between having a hobby and making that hobby your God. And having that hobby completely affect your life. And like I said, when Gypsy Rose first came out of prison, what was she doing? She was trying to meet Taylor Swift. She was dressing like Taylor Swift. She was following Taylor Swift in her era. Like, seriously, the second Gypsy came out of jail, Taylor Swift and her name became like synonymous to the point where Gypsy even thinks that Taylor Swift wrote this song for her. And so I like how she goes into about being able to listen to music but not make it your God. And it kind of, like, I know people are going to think this stream is weird because I think it's really good when Christians follow morals and ethics. I think it's really awesome when somebody who isn't religious or Christian follows morals and ethics. Because here's the thing, you don't have to be a Christian to agree with morals and ethics and some of the things that is going on in this world. And it seems that a lot of people in the true crime community really aren't religious, but a lot of people are crying out about Gypsy not having morals and ethics. I mean, look, Ken broke up a marriage, adultery. I mean, Gypsy came out of prison, and I think she broke all 10 commandments except for, like, stealing. Has she stolen something yet? Because all she needs to do is steal. Well, I mean, technically, Gypsy has literally broke every 10 commandment out there. Literally. She's broke them all. The disobeying your parents, honor thy father and thy mother. No schmurdering, no lying, no stealing, no idols. She's using Taylor Swift as her idol right now. I mean, seriously, she has broken every 10 commandment out there. And people are Christian or not, you're upset about it. Because you would never break most of those commandments. Even though you don't make the commandments your life, because you're not religious, doesn't mean you don't exactly live by those rules. Because our laws, the laws of the land that our forefathers set up for us, they align with the 10 commandments. So religious or not, our forefathers foresaw everybody at least being able to live under one simple set of rules. No lying, no stealing, no schmurdering, love thy neighbor. Don't covet. I mean, Gypsy's doing a plenty of coveting. She's coveting Nina's life and trying to steal Nina's life right now. I mean, she got Nina fired from Sephora, and now she's trying to get a job at Sephora. Nina kind of stopped being a beauty influencer, and now Gypsy's trying to be a beauty influencer. It's like she is totally she's coveting Nina's life, and she's stealing Nina's life. I saw your comment last night on live. Interesting subject. I know I hate that. Well, here's the thing. You gotta look at. Hey, Kathy. You gotta look at things this way. Morbid is the Howard Stern of the true crime community. The true crime community is not used to having a Howard Stern. If you watch anybody's true crime videos, they're doing their makeup while they do it, or they're just sitting back in their chair, and they're seriously telling you a story. Or they partner up with other people and they have a conversation about it. So we're used to having serious conversations. We're not used to having somebody like Morbid come in the mix and put comedy and entertainment into it. So it really does mix it up. Do you believe Cowboy Bear? I find it funny that his YouTube name is Cowboy Bear. Why would his YouTube name... Because that makes it... That shows that YouTube account was just created. I bet you if you look at... I wonder if we can find his YouTube account. I bet you it was just created that morning. Let's see. What is it called? Was it Cowboy Bear for You or something? It's this guy right here. Wham. Okay, he joined in 2016. So he does have. Oh, look, he likes Taylor Swift too. Let's see. He put this on 3 weeks ago. I mean, I thought he just wanted to get a hold of Gypsy and warn Gypsy. Why is he... I think he has a motivation. Everybody's like, what is his motivation? I think Christy... So, see... Everybody's like, well, nobody accused Ryan of being gay. Well, yeah, because they had Ken to break up. Christy wasn't upset that Ken and Gypsy broke up the first time. They were hoping she would stay single, but then she found Ryan. And they tried to get her to stay single. But Gypsy was like, accept my marriage or you're uninvited. Gypsy is very controlling. They couldn't stop her. Why would his name be Cowboy Bear for You on YouTube also? That's kind of weird. Like, I can see that being his Grindr name, but not his YouTube name. But yeah, I was the first one to notice that this is Ken's Facebook photo. This Facebook... Okay, look at it this way. If you were bi or gay, and you were going to go on Grindr to get a one-night stand, would this be the picture you would use to attract another male? I wouldn't use this picture to attract another male. If I was trying to get somebody, maybe Christy and Raina are working together behind the scenes to break them up and get people in Dallas. Who knows if Cowboy's in Dallas? Let's see. What can we find out on Cowboy? Because wow, he's really obsessed with Taylor Swift. Let's see what we can find out about Cowboy Bear. This is his TikTok. His name is Christopher. See, this is the kind of picture you would use on Grindr. This picture that he has. Oops. Oh, wow. Oh, these are bad. Ah, what am I looking at? Don't. Ah! Okay, do not go to this guy's Instagram. Don't. I think I just blinded you guys. I'm sorry. Do not go to Cowboy For You's Instagram. Okay, I definitely believe that he is gay or bi now. He's definitely gay or bi. This is so awkward because we know that Ken has had a girlfriend for the last 4 years and he was engaged to her. We know that. Was he going behind his girlfriend's back? Huh. And here's the question I also had. Fancy was there 6 years ago. Fancy saw the rumors 6 years ago. Fancy watched Ken squash those rumors. Fancy and Ken text each other, and Ken was putting Fancy down, saying, see, this is why Gypsy doesn't want to talk to you, and it's because the magazine article you put out about Gypsy. You put out this bad magazine article about her. She's mad at you. Well, it was bad about Ken, actually. She put out this magazine article dissing on Ken. Fancy was there 6 years ago. I partially want to ask Natasha Cooper. Because right now, but then again, Natasha Cooper's siding with Fancy right now. Why is... Okay, when the Steve Wood rumors came out, Fancy stayed quiet. I think she barely even said anything about the Steve Wood stuff. I even saw somebody call Fancy out about it, saying something about... Because Fancy was close to the family. She would know. Hi, Riddick's mom. So, Fancy has kept her mouth shut until Katie Joy left the Blanchards and got with Fancy. Now, all of a sudden, Fancy and Katie Joy are now spreading the Ken is gay rumors. Hey, Buddhistia! What's up? Did you catch Morbids? I woke up just as Cowboy Bear walked in. I didn't catch the first hour and a half. But, I finally did leave it early because I'm not Ken. And these rumors are stressing me out. And I'm not Ken. Everybody was telling me to calm down last night. One person even accused me of being Gypsy. They thought I was Gypsy. I was like, yeah, I'm Gypsy. Go ahead. Whatever. Call me Gypsy. And yeah, generally that's usually how you act when... Everybody was hypocritical last night, I feel like. It. Because at one point Nina was saying, if you stand by what you say, I'll respect that. Well, Ken is standing by what he says. Ken says he's not gay. But you're not respecting that. I was talking to my husband last night because both of my husbands, I guess I have a type. I had a friend that I grew up with since he was just a little guy. And he surprised me when he became an adult and turned out to be gay. And he moved to Oregon, and I didn't get to see him very much. And then he showed up one day while I was in the middle of my divorce from my first husband. And I went to go hang out with him because he was in Utah for a moment. And he asked me if I divorced my first husband because he was gay. He said he always had the feeling that my first husband was gay. But oh, my first husband will deny it up and down. He's not gay. I got with my second husband. He's got a tiny bone structure, kind of. For a guy, he does. He has a big, fine bone structure to me. Because I'm a girl. He's bigger than me, and oh, he is stronger than me. My husband is very, very strong. He doesn't look like he has a lot of muscle on him. But don't underestimate how strong my husband is. Just because he doesn't look strong. But people always accused my second husband, too, of being gay. They're like, dude, Rose, are you sure he's not gay? It's like, he's just not acting like how a man should act. He's like, are you sure, Rose? And so I asked my husband last night if I was a famous streamer and I had a big audience that knew me, and you came on stream a few times, and people started saying, are you gay, are you gay, are you gay? I asked him, how would you feel? And he said, I wouldn't care. And I said, well, why wouldn't you care that everybody's bothering me that you're gay? And he said, because he has enough confidence in himself to tell people, well, I'm sorry, you think I'm gay, and walk away. He's married to me. I don't know how a man's supposed to act, because apparently there is a right and wrong way to act. And apparently, you know what? I went over to one of my friend's houses once, and her husband was ironing the laundry. And I thought, wow, I hope when I get married, my husband will help iron the laundry. But apparently, if you help cook, and you clean, and you iron, and you help your wife around the house, you're gay. Oh, my husband loves to cook. Me and my husband, we've also invented recipes together. Me and my husband do all the cooking together. And if I'm not feeling good, my husband will just go do the cooking by himself because he knows how to cook. But he's not gay. I've been with him for 22 years. He's not gay. But people accuse him of being gay. But I wonder if maybe, what if Raina just didn't raise Ken with enough confidence that he always has to take the bait and bite. When somebody says something about him, he takes the bait and he bites. And so I think Ken just can't help himself taking the bait. He's always going to take the bait and he's always going to bite. He did it 6 years ago when people were calling him gay on Facebook. He took the bait, he bit. He fought with people. Fancy got after him for it. And what does it frickin' matter? My biggest deal also is he's with Gypsy right now. Why do you guys need to push him? I have plenty of friends that say they're bi that are married to the opposite sex. They tell me they're bi. I don't see that they're living a bi life. But sure, I guess if you say you're bi, you're bi. But I see you living a straight life. But okay. I had this girl when I was a teenager that said she was bi. But she kept chasing guys. I never once saw her chase a woman. I never once saw her ask out. She said she was bi, but I never once saw her with a woman. She joked with me sometimes. Like, women do like to joke about being lesbians. We do joke. We joke in front of guys to tease them. When I was a teenager, I would do it with all of my girlfriends all the time. We'd be like, oh, do you want to see us kiss? Oh, you know, we would joke. Oh, man. But they always chase guys, so it's like, well, whatever, I guess you say you're bi, but I see you always chasing guys, so whatever, I guess. I don't know. And, he's in a straight relationship right now. This is 2024. The LGBTQ community is trying to get acceptance. And we're standing here pushing a man. And I think Cowboy Bear for You offended me last night by giving all the dirty, dirty details. And one thing that made me think that none of that ever happened was when he started dissing on Ken's manhood and his manhood size. That tells me that he wants a relationship with Ken, and Ken didn't want a relationship with him, and so he's bitter now and making fun of Ken's teeny. And no, by the way, when he said, sit down, shut up, and then he laughed and said, remember, I'm the dominant, you're the submissive. Ken wasn't even talking. Ken didn't literally go, oops, I'll submit. I think everybody really blew that scene out of proportion because he said, shut up. And so Ken did stop talking because they were both telling each other to shut up. And then he had to further humiliate Ken by adding in the, remember, you're the submissive and I'm the dominant. So when I say shut up, you shut up. But Ken shut up as soon as he said shut up because they were both telling each other to shut up. It's like, shut up, it's my 5 minutes. I think I almost got off the live because I couldn't take hearing any more details from Cowboy and I found it very, very offensive. I have a lot of friends in the LGBTQ community. I imagined if I was sitting on that live with them, how would my friends be feeling right now? Would they be feeling entertained? I don't think so. I felt like this is a huge step backwards. For the community and trying to gain acceptance. Because since when do we tell dirty, dirty sexual details online and laugh at them and make fun of them and sit there and laugh and be like asking just dirty, nasty further details of what did you do to him? What did he do to you? Was it how good was it? You know, and all. I don't know. How did you guys feel about Morbid's life? Everybody got mad because I was standing up for Ken. Now I kind of know how the cutting board feels in a way. When she was standing up for Gypsy and those HIPAA laws. And I'm standing up for Ken, and I don't care. I'll stand up for Ken, and I'm going to honor the fact that he's with Gypsy. If 2 years down the road, Ken leaves Gypsy and says he's gay, well, then he's gay. Fine. Be gay, Ken. But as long as Ken is saying, I'm not gay, and he's with Gypsy, I'm going to back that. Because I'm not going to push a man and bully a man into coming out the closet. Bullying people over over their sexuality, those days should be over. Those days should be done with. Where you're at now in life is what matters. And he's with a woman right now. There's two consenting adults. I don't care what people do with. Yeah, exactly. As long as two consenting adults. Yeah, that's what I tell people. What happens behind that closed doors? Morbid stream last night, Sonia. Ken was up there defending his reputation and his honor that he's not gay, but they had Cowboy Bear for You. He was up there last night giving sexual details about sleeping with Ken. Literal details. Every detail you want to know. He only left a couple things up to your imagination. But he basically filled in all the blanks. And that's what I tell people. What happens in that bedroom behind that closed door is your business. And what happens between me and my husband behind that closed door is my business. And I'm never going to bring that online. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to compete with other people. Everybody's body is different. Everybody has intimacy with another person in different ways because their bodies are different. I started getting down on Gypsy in the very, very beginning when she got out of prison and was talking about, ooh, Ryan's a dynamo, and giving little details here and there about, and it's like, Gypsy, stop now, just stop. We don't need to know that you consummated your marriage. Those days are over, okay? We don't watch people consummate their marriage anymore, okay? And two, stop giving details. Stop it. And you guys, what's also rude is when Gypsy starts talking sexual stuff in front of Ken, you see Ken go, okay, I'm done. I'm leaving TikTok. And Gypsy's like, no, come back. And Ken doesn't like telling any details with anybody that he's with. And I respect that. I respect that. Ken, you don't have to come online and brag about your sexual life. I'm sorry, your girlfriend does. But now he has a whole stream of over 400 people laughing at the possibility that Cowboy is telling the truth and they're laughing at everything that was done in that hotel room. And it is one big joke. But Morbid wants to be the Howard Stern of the true crime community is the thing. That's the truth of it. Morbid took that poll last night because he wanted to see how many people were for Ken and how many people were against Ken, because Morbid needed to see how far he could push Ken and how many people would he upset. And he figured out that 30% of his audience was on Ken's side. So he did need to say some nice things about Ken because 30% cared. Well, isn't it bullying to sit there and tell Ken, come on, Ken, just admit it. Ken, just admit it, okay? We're not going to be mad at you if you're bi. If you're bi, we're going to be like, cool, and we'll drop the subject. Ken, just admit it. Ken, would you admit it if you were? And he's like, I would if I were, but I'm not. And they're like, well, just come on, Ken. We know you are, just admit it. That is bullying, that is pushing. You are constantly, he has stood his ground multiple times and said, I am not bi, I am not gay, I don't care if other people are bi and gay, I support their community, but I am not part of their community, I am straight. We know he had a female fiance before Gypsy, we know he's with Gypsy now, so we know he has a track record of dating women. And yet people are going, come on, Ken. Plus, Cowboy for You, making fun of Ken's man parts and telling everybody this is the size of a Vienna sausage. That's not bullying? That's not bullying to tell over 400 people in that moment, because more people have seen it than that now. Over 400 people that Ken has a Vienna sausage. Curious on what makes Gypsy such a catch. I know, same with me. What? She have a magic kitty cat down there? Sane man would have. I think it's honestly, if you watch the interrogation videos, Nick gives away all the ways they had schmecks that night. Front door, back door, oral, rolling around everywhere. Okay? That is going to attract a certain crowd of men going, oh, this chick, and BDSM. It's like, okay, this chick, she's up for it all. That will attract a certain crowd to you. Plus, the fact that when she did go to prison, she was almost 24, but she looked 12. that will also attract a certain type of crowd. And that's the point of my stream today. Christian or not, everybody's crying out for some form of morals and ethics here. Why are you, a grown man, attracted to a woman that looks like a 12-year-old? You're disgusting. You're attracted to a 12-year-old that unalived her mother. She's a manipulator. She's a liar. She's not a good person. She doesn't have a good soul. And you're attracted to her. Where's your morals and ethics? Ken, you broke up a marriage. Where's your morals and ethics? I like it that Christians and non-Christians are coming together and calling out these morals and ethics. Because at least in this crazy world that is going downhill fast, we still have people coming together and hanging on to some hope that we can tell people that Gypsy and Ken are bad examples for how to live. You don't just break up a marriage. Ken felt bullied. No, Ken does get morbid humor. He does. That's why he wasn't offended by anything that... I mean, at one point, Ken said, I'm done, nobody's on my side. And I was like, Ken, I'm on your side. But, you know, Ken wasn't reading and the chat was wild, so... And then Morbid said, yeah, actually, Ken, 30% is on your side. So Ken did care. That he had 400 people pushing him. He did care. He didn't flat out say, you guys are bullying me. But in some references, Ken did say, look, nobody cares about what I'm saying. Nobody cares. Nobody's on my side. And it's like, yeah, actually about 30% of us are on your side, Ken. 30% of us are fighting for you. Well, yeah, because Gypsy was talking to Ken the whole time she was in prison. Even while she was married to Ryan. And she was talking to other men, too. While she was married to Ryan, she was talking to a guy named Todd. 3 months into her marriage, she almost annulled it and started dating this guy named Todd. Gypsy has no morals and ethics. Ken, that's what I've been saying this whole damn time for the last few weeks. Gypsy came out of jail. Somebody in a newspaper announced she was worth $3 million. Next thing you know, Ken all of a sudden dumps his fiance and he's ready for Gypsy. And Ken even said it in his interview. Gypsy is way more famous than I ever thought she would be. I never thought Gypsy would reach this level of fame. 9 million people and worth $3 million? He would have stayed with her if he knew this was the level of fame and the money he could make. Because he told people, I don't like to go online. I don't go on TikTok. But now he is, because he makes $700-800 in 45 minutes to an hour. And all he does is sit there and giggle and makes $800 for an hour. So yeah, it is the fame and money. But once again, the second Ken stepped into the limelight, the rumors from 6 years ago resurfaced. These rumors were there 6 years ago. Fancy didn't care to entertain them until She broke up with Sarah. She's on a rampage now. And now Katie Joy has teamed up with Fancy. And now they've both decided, yes, Ken is gay. And because Fancy and Katie Joy were on the inside of the Blanchard family at a moment in time, they were part of the family. That means that we should believe them. Anything they say should be automatically believed because they were on the ins with the Blanchards. I like that Toddy One Skip did say no streamer should be put on a pedestal. And you shouldn't just believe streamers because they're streamers. And I tell people that all the time. I am a streamer. I'm glad you guys love me, but I am not God. Don't take my word like I'm God. Nothing I say is set in stone. Everything I say is because I research stuff and I give you my thought. I jump down the rabbit hole for you and I answer your questions. I come on here after I jump down the rabbit hole and talk about stuff that I want to talk about that I think is relevant to the case. However, I wasn't there. Everything I say is speculation. And my interpretation. Because if I had that autopsy sitting in front of me today, it'd be my interpretation when I read it to you guys. It'd be my interpretation. So, no, don't put anybody on a pedestal. Don't believe somebody just because they're famous. And that I've also we think alike, Boadicea, because I've said this before. Ken probably has a flirtatious attitude or he wouldn't make it as a bartender. Everybody knows that bartenders are there to flirt. Gypsy picked a very awkward guy. If Gypsy is afraid of infidelity, she picked a very awkward guy to date because part of bartending is because every girl goes into a bar. A lot of girls, not every girl. Girls know they're going to go into a bar and they can get a one-night stand in that bar. They'll walk away with somebody, either somebody in the bar or the bartender themselves. But you're going to grab somebody in that bar. When I was struggling to get pregnant, because me and my husband, we couldn't get pregnant for 7 years of our marriage, my mom said, Rose, why don't you just go to a bar at midnight? And that'll fix your infidelity problems. Who cares if it's biologically your husband's? Just go to a bar at midnight. Because everybody knows you can go to a bar at midnight and pick somebody up. Nice. We got a lot of bartenders in here. But you know that bartenders are very flirtatious. It's their job to be flirtatious. It's their job to care about your problem. Everybody talks about how bartenders are like having a counselor that you drink alcohol with. Interesting. You're like, all right, who's signing up for the night? People put money in her jar and I'll go home with her. See, exactly. See, my thing was, the reason I think Ken broke up with Gypsy while she was in prison is because he is that kind of bartender. And people were going to catch him cheating on Gypsy. People found out where he worked. They were calling his work. They were checking in on him. Ken knew he was going to get caught. Ken did not want to have to answer to Gypsy for taking home his blonde Barbie. In my opinion, he broke up with Gypsy with no reason because he didn't want to tell Gypsy, I can't wait 3 years to have schmecks. I want it now. And I work in a bar and I can get any woman any night of the week. And according to Gypsy, Ken proved he has enough stamina to go every night. He went 4 nights in a row with Gypsy. And we know Gypsy's a wild one. So if Ken has the stamina to ride Gypsy for 4 nights in a row, then Cowboy Bear for you is wrong about Ken's size and stamina, because apparently Ken has proven he's got good size and stamina. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? How can he be a teeny weeny and go 4 nights in a row with Gypsy and go any night of the week with any woman in a bar? Because trust me, and you both will probably understand this, as a bartender, if you are not that Sunny D, I bet you it'll get around the bar and you'll never get another girl again if that girl goes in the bar the next day laughing, saying, he's got a Vienna sausage, girls, it's not worth it. That Vienna sausage won't do anything. I guarantee you it would get around the bar and he would not have a good time and not get good tips being a bartender that had a teeny Vienna sausage and couldn't perform. So, in my book, if Gypsy's correct about those 4 nights in a row, Ken has proven his size and stamina. And see, this is the other point. Why are we sitting here discussing Ken's size, stamina, sexual life, how many people he's been with? Apparently, he might have been with a lot of women, though, because after Gypsy left Ryan, during that 4-week period of the beginning of the end of March when she left Ryan, and the end of April when she supposedly got with Ken, her cookie got infected. There's a chance that they lied on Natasha Cooper's live, because you saw Ken turn around and look at Gypsy and say, he's like, we haven't been intimate, right? I mean, he looks back at Gypsy. Why do you have to turn around and ask Gypsy if you guys have been intimate? It's an easy question, Ken. Are you sleeping with Gypsy, yes or no? You don't have to turn around and look at Gypsy for the answer. Because he turns around and he's like, we haven't been intimate, right? It's like, what? You should know the answer off the top of your head, Ken. Yes or no? Are you guys just friends? Or are you intimate? So, her and Ken get these tattoos. They spend a few days together in New Orleans in the French Quarter, where Ryan wanted to take Gypsy, so Gypsy rubs it in that she went to the French Quarter with Ken, even though there's drinking down there, and she turned Ryan down and said, I don't want to go to the French Quarter with you. There's too many bars down there. But you go with Ken. Where's that going with this? Yeah. And then she goes and has a pap smear, and it turns out her cookie's infected. Now, if Cowboy for You Bear is correct, and Ken is on Grindr at the same time, and that's how Gypsy's cookie got infected, she got pregnant while her cookie was infected, then Cowboy for You has a right to be worried, because Gypsy did get pregnant while her cookie was infected. Better than Walmart is like, go there, we should start a Facebook. People, instead of people of Walmart, people of bars. Oh, look, another chick flashing herself, flashing the bar. Oh, somebody's trying to do a Coyote Ugly. Bar dancing. Dancing on the bar. Bar dancing. But see, like, this is even, I'm not Ken. And this is even stressful to me to sit here and talk about the details of somebody's body parts, schmexual life, what they do behind closed doors, how they do it, how many times they do it. I mean, we get mad at Gypsy when she comes out with details about their schmex life, yet we're sitting here pushing Ken in person. Believe Cowboy Bear for You because he has details, right? Cowboy for You is in his 50s. He's had a lot of experience with a lot of men. It wouldn't be hard for him to tell a story about meeting up with a man in a hotel in Dallas, in East Dallas, if all you have to do is change the name. And I was the first one last night to mention the damn video. He offered the video to Nina. Nina didn't take it. I knew about the video. I don't know if anybody saw me saying, get the video. Get the video or get off panel. Because I keep telling people, you don't have to get to the dirty part of the video. You just have to watch up to the dirty part of the video to get the proof that Ken was in that hotel room with the intentions to be with another man. Screenshot it before they get undressed. Bam, there's your proof. But apparently, he had the video ready to give to Nina, but now all of a sudden, he says the video is on a camcorder, and he can't get it all of a sudden. Hey, Hickabob. All of a sudden, he can't produce the video. But I thought he had the video ready to give it to Ash Too Trippy and Nina. But Nina was like, I don't want that on my computer. And it's like, all you need is up to the dirty part. That's all you need. Prove that Ken was in that hotel room. Prove that he was getting undressed and his intentions were to be with you. Done. Over with. If you say you have a video, produce it. Hi, hi, hi. Party of 6. But yeah, it's like, wow. I don't know. I mean, Cowboy for You had, I will admit he had somewhat of a convincing story. I'm not going to push somebody. I'm not going to push somebody's sexuality. He's with a girl right now. Let's talk about that. He's got a relationship with Gypsy. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how he has no morals and ethics and he broke up a marriage. We just found out through little blooper reel or something that they've been at least emotionally cheating since around Valentine's Day. When Gypsy woke Ryan up on February 13th and said, I'm in love with Ryan, or I'm in love with Ken, she was sitting there thinking of Valentine's Day and how she wanted to be with Ken, and then she went and did it. Okay, she went and did it. And so, as the details keep rolling out, this is what I was hoping Lifetime would do. Oh, I'm sorry, Hickabob. This is what I was hoping Lifetime would do. I was hoping Lifetime would put out the worst of Gypsy. Like, I was hoping that during filming they would realize that she's the bad guy. And when they clip and cut things, they would make sure that they clipped and cut, showing how manipulative and stuff Gypsy can be. And they did. They didn't. Ryan said off camera we had chemistry. Well, as soon as Ken got there, they started capturing chemistry between Gypsy and Ken. Why didn't Lifetime capture chemistry between Gypsy and Ryan? Because they foresaw a better story in her manipulation of Ryan than her literal. It's called Love. Is it called Life or Love After Lockup? Love After Lockup? Because it's more about love Ken after lockup, not love Ryan. And so I was hoping that Lifetime, and they did, I feel like, backstab Gypsy when they brought out the scenes that got cut that made Gypsy look like an even bigger biatch. It was like, okay, thank you for showing us that Gypsy definitely was the bigger biatch here. That she is calling Ken to get Ken's sympathy that Ryan is cussing her out because she's manipulating Ken. She needs Ken to see her as the victim because Ryan is sitting there telling Gypsy, you did all of this wrong to me. You were with him since February, you little liar. You lying little biatch. And so Gypsy's like, Ken, he's calling me a lying biatch because he found out we've been together since Valentine's Day. It's wash, rinse, and repeat of, yep, Dan, Nick. Yep, these are the dude Dan and Nick's. This is Gypsy's pattern. She keeps one X on toe and she's sleeping with the other one. But one is always spare. And if she goes back to Ryan, I guarantee you she was writing people like Todd and stuff. I bet you now that she's out and she has her own phone, how many of those guys, those 250 guys that wrote her in prison, How many do you think she has on the hook right now? Because do you honestly think she only has Ryan on the hook right now? Or do you think she's got like some guy in Italy or something on the hook? She's like, I'm going to get off probation. I'm going to move to Italy. I got this guy in Italy that's in love with me. I just got to get off probation, you know? And then I'm free to be with him. I know we talk a lot of smack about Gypsy, you guys, because she is not a good example for how to act in life. Her morals and ethical compass is spinning. And she cannot see which way to go. Her guidance, her moral and ethical guidance is just spinning. But do you honestly feel like she should go back to prison? Somebody was DMing me saying that if Gypsy were to go back to prison, a lot of these creators would lose their content. And that's the first thing What the Bug said. Don't go back to prison, Gypsy. I'll lose all my content. Because What the Bug, I hate to say this about them. They literally are. I was in their stream the other day. They didn't know because I was lurking, I wasn't talking. And they said, well, you hold 2 people that are in my stream. And I'm like, 3, but I'm not. I was about to say, I'm here in your stream. Till somebody came in and said, I'm all about true crime. Do you only talk Gypsy or do you do anything else? Because I do all true crime. I'm addicted to true crime. And What the Bug said, do you want to talk about Casey Anthony? Do you want to talk about Chris Watts? And then they said, I'm actually over Gypsy Rose. He's like, I'm tired of talking about her. He's like, we'll talk about Casey Anthony. That's who I want to talk about is Casey Anthony. And then they show up on Morbid's Live saying, and you guys can go check this out. The receipts are there. It's on What the Bugs. If you watched their video, they literally said, I'm so over Gypsy Rose. But then they go tell Morbid, I don't have content without her. Doesn't seem like she has any scruples either. Christy has, everybody is like getting so mad at, because it's true what Ryan said. Ryan said Gypsy is impulsive. What doesn't help is Christy whispering in her ear all the time. There is so much to constantly talk about. Because I did catch something new. Oh shit, what is it? There's something new I caught that Gypsy said. Come on, Rose, think. I catch something new all the time when Gypsy talks. I should have wrote it down. Rose, why didn't you write it down? I told you to write it down last night. I knew you wouldn't remember it. Because I did catch something new that Gypsy said. Oh, I know what it is. You guys, I caught something new. Get this. You know how Gypsy said that her and her mom's relationship was going, she told the investigators and everything, oh, me and my mom are fighting a lot. And she told Nick that she got kicked out of the house and was sleeping with the bugs because her and her mom are fighting a lot, right? You put your life on YouTube, people are going to criticize it. Every word I say right now can be criticized because I'm putting myself out there. When Gypsy first got out of prison, I was asking my husband, what do you think about it? And I honest to God thought, I didn't know Gypsy was popular. honest to God, thought she was going to get out of prison and disappear into thin air and never be heard of again. I didn't know. I never looked into her case. I never jumped down the rabbit hole. I didn't know things were this bad with Gypsy. I believed the generic story that was told. I did. I was like everybody else, believed the generic story. Plus, I was going through my own things in life. I stopped streaming for 5 years because I had to get through some things before I could come back to my streaming life. And now here I am back. Ta-da! But anyways, so you know how she was talking about me and my mom are fighting? I think that might be a lie. I don't think her and Dee Dee ever fought. And here's why. Here's what gave Gypsy away. When Gypsy was out to lunch with Mia and Christy, and me and Christy were simply bickering back and forth. It wasn't even a real fight. It was just a little bit of disagreement and bickering. Gypsy's like, wow, you guys don't know how to communicate. You guys have bad communication, by the way. Because Gypsy is sitting there thinking of her own relationship with her own mother. And I bet she's thinking, wow, I never talked to my mom like this. And she's seeing a mother and daughter do it for the first time. And so she remarks on it. Oh, wow, you guys have bad communication. Right? Does that give Gypsy away? I think, yeah. So do you guys think that gives Gypsy away? That she was surprised at the lack of communication between... It's like she was seeing a mother and daughter bicker for the first time. Because she's like, wow, you guys have bad communication. Only somebody that has a great relationship with their mother would say that to another mother and daughter. Because at that moment, they are judging them. Gypsy is judging Mia and Christy's relationship. And she's seeing that they can't communicate. Okay. Well, there might have been times where Gypsy probably got a little angry. But she's sitting there watching Christy. There's a difference between quickly snapping at your mom in a moment. And she's sitting here watching them bicker going, wow, you guys don't know how to communicate. Which means that Gypsy, when her and her mom got in a fight, even though they were upset at each other, they had good communication and got over their fight. Yeah, when I started seeing people report badly on Gypsy, I was like, really? Because I don't report on a crime until I've gone down the rabbit hole and found something unique to say. I don't like to be an echo chamber and parrot I don't want you guys to come to my stream and be like, oh, we've already heard this, Rose. People are already said what you said. I want you to be able to come to my stream and we discover new stuff together. I don't want to be an echo chamber. And so I almost didn't cover Gypsy. Except for people kept asking, why didn't Gypsy just walk away? Why? And nobody was saying... Not until I said it, and this is what pisses me off and makes me feel like my content is stolen. Because look at the date. I did my first video of Gypsy. Look at the date. And I said 2 can keep a secret if one is dead. Look at the date that Fancy and everybody else started saying that saying. It was after I said it first. I said it first. Like in February or something. When did I say it? Let me go look and see when I said it. Because everybody, after I said it, then I started hearing it echoed slowly through different streamers. And I'm like, did you get that from me? Did you get that from me? Because it's like, see, when did I first start covering Gypsy? Let's see when I first started covering Gypsy. What date was it that I first started covering her? Okay, let's see. It's the weekend, everything about true crime. Yep, there's the Rebecca Zahow case. I need to redo this video. I was so nervous when I did it. I need to redo it now that I'm no longer nervous and I'm more confident. Because I don't think I got my point across very well on how I think the tragedy went down. Okay, I covered Gypsy Rose. February 23rd is the first time I covered Gypsy. Everybody, if somebody said 2 can keep a secret if one is dead before I said it on February 23rd, fine, I'll give you credit. But, hey Jamie, Lane, what's up? Except for I think I am the first person to say it, and people started copying me. Because look, 566 people have seen that video. How many of those were creators that saw it and was like, oh damn, I'm going to start saying that now, but didn't credit me for starting that? Because I know somebody, a creator, the very next day made a video and said it, and I got upset. Because I was like, don't tell me you watched my video and got that from me. Because it's like, I just said that yesterday. It's like, man. I think I'm glad Morbid brings comedy to the true crime, but there is crossing a line when for 3 hours you are talking about somebody's sex life for 3 hours. Her mother could only till she was a teen. Well, yeah, I know she ran the show and she ran her own grift because her mom was getting sick. But that doesn't mean that they bickered and fought. That just means that Gypsy took control. Because why is she looking at Mia and Christy and saying, wow, you guys don't know how to communicate? Only somebody, in my mind, only somebody who has a good relationship with their mother, good communication, would judge somebody and say that. Well, I was talking to somebody in DMs because I said, what was Morbid like before Gypsy? Let's go look at, what did Morbid do before Gypsy? Let's go look. Somebody said that he's, the Howard Stern, he's a troll. He's gotten in trouble for being a really big troll. That he's nothing but a big troll. And he does true crime while he trolls people. And he gets in trouble all the time for being a troll. Let's go back and see what he did before Gypsy. Let's go way back to I think he started covering Gypsy in March. He started covering Gypsy after me. What? Okay, he's only covered Gypsy on this channel. Okay, he's only been covering Gypsy for 2 months, it looks like.
This sucks, man.
And Hello Starlight's been with him since he did. And let's see, when did he start covering Gypsy? Let's rewind this. Hold on. Let's watch this.
Oh, yeah.
Quick.
How's everybody doing? Let's see here.
Okay, May 14th is when he joined the Gypsy train.
It is Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. We're going to do a couple things differently here. Let me see.
Well, where's his channel? Because all I see is Gypsy stuff. I don't see anything before Gypsy. Trolls the crime community are dead. I've wondered how many of you guys, how many of the 400 in his stream followed him to the Gypsy content from, and so they're used to, because what was also upsetting is that towards the end of the stream, people were saying, thank you, Morbid, this was quite the entertaining stream. Thank you, Morbid, for entertaining us again. Somebody's sex life entertained you. I would be so upset if that was one of my ex-partners up there telling Morbid everything and 400 people laughing. 2019. Hey Starlight, how you doing? It would be hard to... I wish Cowboy Bear wouldn't have given so much detail. I wish he just would have said, okay, yeah, we met up in a hotel. And just... Because I just... Yeah, there's a lot of drama around it. Starlight, do you know what's going on with Into the Weeds? Is their stream tonight good or bad? Because this is their stream set up for tonight. I'm like sitting here fretting about it. What's going on? Is Into the Weeds? Are they for or against Toddy? What's going on with? We are 3 hours away from their stream. 3 hours away from Toddy. I didn't want to jump on it because I was afraid to touch a live person that was famous. I was doing famous cases, and non-famous cases. I was doing a little bit of both. Because I do have a friend that was murdered, and I started with her story first. I told her story first. Because I wanted people to know what was behind what the newspapers were reporting. What kind of person she was that the newspapers didn't say. But my Twitch community wanted me to do Gypsy. I was also the first person to talk about, I can't remember if it was in my first stream or my second stream. I talked about, I called BS on Gypsy being in her wheelchair 24/7 because of her muscle structure. I was the first one to call BS on her mom abusing her and keeping her in her wheelchair 24/7 because her legs would have atrophied to some point, fully or partially, but there would be some atrophy. She wouldn't just be able to get up and get out of that chair. Yeah, I liked it. You know, I love watching you, Starlight, because you're one of the people that got me into the Gypsy case, because I would watch your playbacks. I didn't know how to catch people live, so I watched all your playbacks. Because you had the crime scene photos, you had the text messages, you reported on Fancy, and I didn't have to go watch Fancy. Yeah, I was calling, on my first couple of videos, I was calling out a lot of BS on, because my ex-husband is paralyzed. And so I know how fast your legs atrophy. Hey, Sarah? Because, I saw him go from a very, very strong young person to being paralyzed, and how fast his legs atrophied, and how skinny from the waist below he got from sitting in a wheelchair daily. So I do have an ex-husband that is paralyzed, and so I do know a little bit about being paralyzed from the waist below. Yeah, I did. I waited till February to jump on it. I didn't want to. I was like, she is so popular, I'm going to get myself in trouble. I'm like, plus I was going through a lot of stuff at the beginning of this year. I was even trying to hang on to my Twitch streams at the beginning of this year. I have been failing and falling as a streamer since last September. I have been struggling to stay afloat in life. That's my daughter's birthday, by the way, January 20th. It's my daughter's birthday. Like, you started on my daughter's birthday. Yeah, so Gypsy is comfortable sharing crap. Oh gosh. It's like, don't egg Gypsy on about sharing her Schmeck's life. She will share it. Ah. I don't know. Everybody has a different moral and ethical line that everybody has a different black, white, and gray area. You know, Morbid's gray area is wider than everybody else's. Some people have a thinner gray area where you can cross into that black area very quickly. And I try and live my life that way. I do leave room for a gray area, but I also I'm trying to grow stronger morals and ethics where I don't cross certain lines. About Gypsy right after her story broke. Gypsy story. Well, yeah, like what happened for me was after all the streamers started breaking out, see, what was it? There was one streamer that really got me into doing Gypsy. I'm trying to remember what it was. They said or did something that I was like, okay. I flipped on Gypsy at that point. I was watching people. Oh my. Ugh. If I keep sitting in that gaming chair, I'm gonna kill my back. I gotta come sit in this chair. Ugh. I'm gonna kill my back again. Oh gosh. I've been having a lot of back problems. I think it's because I quit vaping. I quit vaping last December. And I got on the gum. And the gum sucked. I hated the nicotine gum. And then I switched to the patches. And they were so much better. But now I'm on a very low. I went from 24 milligram patches. I am now on 7 milligrams. And I'm regretting quitting vaping because I'm in so much pain. Nicotine really does relax your body and help with pain. I can't stand that I quit vaping. But yeah, my husband, he controls all our money. He won't let me go back to vaping. He keeps going and buying me patches instead of a vape. And that's, if each creator didn't present differently, then there's no point to there being different creators. I don't hate Morbid. I don't. If I hated Morbid, I wouldn't be lurking or chatting in his chat. But I'm just not going to go up on panel because I am so very different than everybody that I feel disrespected. Because everybody's always shutting me down. And so I'm going to watch Morbid. I'm just not going to step up on panel and ruin his streams. Because to me, I feel like I'm ruining his streams if I step up on panel. So that's why I don't step up on panel. Let me see some. Let's see. Oops. Okay. There we go. Ah, there we go. Hey, Jeff. Content. Yeah, his content is fine for his community. I'm part of his community, but there will be times when I don't agree with his content. But the thing is you don't have to agree with somebody 100% to like them, to be their friend, to respect them. I respect Morbid. I like Morbid. I am different when it comes to like matters of what happened last night. I would never if somebody told me they weren't bi or straight, I would just drop it. But I'm not going to stop you guys, and I'm not going to hate you guys for going on Morbids and doing what you do. He's the Howard Stern of the true crime community. That's his content. And there's nothing wrong with it. I don't think Howard Stern should be taken off the radio because he's not a Rush Limbaugh. You know? Nick's trial. Panel is there for everyone to discuss their opinions. Not everyone will. Well, I don't know. It's not about people not agreeing with me. It's just the way that they shut me down. They don't just say, "Oh, okay, Rose, that's your opinion. No problem. Let's move on." I get a lot of flack for it. Oh, right now our community is getting kind of divided because everybody's pointing the finger at which creators are toxic. And who are you taking sides with right now? This is what I'm wondering. This is why I'm wondering what is Into the Weeds up to tonight. Because Toddy never did anything to anybody. Toddy has tried to remain out of the drama. So why are they bringing Toddy into the drama tonight, and is it good or bad? Because it just says issues with Toddy One Skip. Good or bad issues? Issues usually is a negative word. It's usually negative. Interrogation and Nick's trial. Well, where Nick's trial screwed up is the prosecution was like, Gypsy, Nick was the master, right? He controlled you. And she's like, yes. Gypsy, it was Nick's idea to jab your mom, right? Yes. Gypsy, Nick told you to go get the knife to jab your mom, right? Yes. That's where Nick's trial went wrong. Gypsy lied to the prosecution. She agreed with the prosecution. She screwed Nick over when she said that it was his idea to get the knife. It was his idea to jab the mom. It was all Nick. He was the master. He directed Gypsy. He told Gypsy what to do and how to do it, and it was his choice. Just having a conversation, no issues. Toddy says issues with Toddy. One. Or is Toddy being featured then? Okay, because I was like, is Toddy... Oh. Maybe they should say chatting issues with Toddy One Skip. Talking issues? Because they... Oh, wow. Saying issues with and then putting somebody's name next to it makes me think that they're about to dish on Toddy. Oh, that is his channel name, huh? Her channel name. Because I'm like, what? They should be like featuring Toddy One Skip. Oh, I took it wrong. I was like, are they doing something wrong tonight? I was like, I got a negative mindset right now because of everything that's going on. Starlight, I got a question for you. I was watching Ryan's live last night, Ryan Lee. I was watching the playback. Because I guess they were live while Morbid was live. And so I watched the playback. And towards the end of the playback, I thought I heard Fancy say something about I was in Starlight's live and everything was going good until I like yelled at her or something. Fancy referenced something about yelling at you, I think. Maybe I can pull it up. Oh, it's an interview. They should be like featuring. Oh, I forgot that their channel was called Issues with Toddy. Because that tripped me up. I'm like, what? Do they have issues with them? Well, just because so many issues are going on lately. I took it as a negative. Okay, that's cool that they're interviewing Toddy. Okay, good. It's positive, not negative. Let's see. Oh, wait. Not Hello, Starlight. Ryan Lee. Discussion. Okay, it's right about here, I think.
Playing people. I have all the pieces. They're there. I just can't see the fucking picture for the forest for the fucking trees.
Maybe it's closer to the end. It's somewhere close to the end.
That's the thing, though, Nicolette, is they're all starting to slip up. We've been sitting on this shit for 6 months. I've just now started talking about it in the last 3 weeks. Why do you think that is? The more we've talked about it, the more they've slipped up. And they're slipping up left and fucking right now. So the more we show, because they're panicking, not even real. I'm in groups with people that I have no groups, and I have no belief on that. I don't have the time or the people all grouped together. And that's why it's weird to me, because while I appreciate you all as supporters, acknowledge what I've done wrong.
I need a timestamp.
I know it's the UK site. That's the whole point.
Oh, and of course he was. Oh, this is funny. Here's a good one. Our daughter was only following 2 cases in the U.S. Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. Brian had a bet.
See, now she told me John Bonet. By the way, just so you guys know, just so we can bring you up to snuff, Sarah's brother. Hold on, just. So she is getting phone calls from random people on the internet who have chased her down.
The death threats. I hate when I forget those.
The hospital will not tell her, but somehow she's getting the death threats that the hospital won't even tell her who is calling, but she's received the death threats while not speaking.
Okay, maybe I misheard something. I was kind of like, and then I went and watched your latest stream, and I was like, did Fancy, like, what did I hear?
To the people that the hospital don't know, and they have given her.
I wish I would have timestamped it. I need to write down these timestamps. I know it's towards the end.
The first email. Good God. Okay. Myself and my late wife have watched the videos. Myself and my late wife's family, sister. Fuck, I clicked on computer photo, proof of her bank account here. Oh, and I thought you may enjoy seeing the photos of Dan. And oh, by the way, you do not have my permission to share my email publicly.
You could see that they were pulled up from Google.
So let's see. This is May 23rd.
Call her a liar, but I'm hearing she doesn't.
We are trying to figure out what exactly is going on. She has given multiple different stories. I simply am supporting her in evidence. But has been sad. Met her, she was 8 by 10 glossy. She had just her regular pale. That is the extent of what I know that is wrong with her. She ate all kinds of fucking foods that somebody with pancreatic cancer has those yet. Right. So hello.
3 that she swears that there was no GoFundMe, but there's a GoFundMe. The GoFundMe. I don't even know what the hell you sent. Sarah UK sent you a screen
attention
and then send
I
a
don't remember
screenshot.
hearing some of this last night. I think I fell asleep towards part of this.
Things that don't make any sense. Things that don't make any sense at all. And when you put it all out and you write it all out and you bullet point everything and you highlight things and you put this in this category and this in this category, you start to see.
Well, there's a lot of flip-floppers right now. Like, things are getting crazy right now. Katie Joy is flip-flopping. Ryan Lee here is flip-flopping. Just like a month ago, Ryan Lee was bragging that they were part of the reason Fancy even went to Chillicothe. They're like, oh yeah, I helped Christy. And it's like, whoa, what is going on in this community?
See that there's a lot of shit going on that does not add up. And it always boils down to the same fucking spindles. The other similar, they're always the same people. It's people. I don't know what the end game is. I've never understood the end game in any of this. I've never understood the fucking end game. I feel like a lot of people is fucking try. I mean, this could make somebody, sight deck another. I'm getting 3 oxalotls to literally rub in my face. I just let people talk. Hold any animosity towards her.
It is an international unaliving of self-hoax.
Not to mention, she's literally sitting here saying she's going to get her content taken. Now, we're
Read an email. I'm sorry.
hilarious because there's and whatever. Drive this, understand what the end point, effort and energy. I mean, we didn't even catch it until just now. And how official that it looks. False legal form.
Doing things like that?
Yeah.
Sarah brought to me about anyone doing anything to me at all was that train video that Brie put out originally because of the sped up voice and the thingy. And I think I saw a bunch of stuff, but I don't really care why she is. She wanted to tell me about how horrible that was. And then she started in on her theory. And we are looking at somebody who has,
I don't know. Things from all of, and how believable. I mean, these people, they're making false. We were just like, all right, what the screenshot itself is.
it's all about the little details because
Showed me that looks like kind
I sent you that. What was it?
of a legal whatever.
Or did I send it to Amy, to you and Mac?
To both of us.
Okay.
Right, but here's the deal. Okay. Say what you want about the situations, but here's the problem. The things that I'm telling you are things that have been fact checked, not just
Actually,
so
right.
they could be using
The texting app that you can put anything you want in and it can say anything you want it to say. So
Yeah, like I'm wondering what's going on with Katie Joy. Like, is she still working for the family and she's damage control, or did she really? Because, like I said, Katie Joy's the perfect person to be damage control. Because look, she flopped back into our side of the community. Now she's really close to Fancy, who the family hates. But now Fancy has let Katie Joy back on the inside. And I don't know if that's good or bad for Fancy. Well, I'm trying to find this. I swear last night, I should have grabbed the timestamp and wrote it down in my notebook. I swear last night I heard her say something about Starlight and going off on her. And I was like, what? When did Fancy go off on Starlight? They're friends. I was like, what?
I mean, Brie is an expert on that.
is the person that was holding the
I just know it was towards the end because I looked at my phone and I saw the red bar was getting towards the end.
license was the person.
Okay, hold on. Let me go.
I get that. I understand that, Amy. I do. I understand. Red Bull just puts me to sleep. And that's why it's weird to on the thing. So the thing gave everybody a second. There's no person in the world left. I want all of them. I think I took them all off, but because I emotional. But
You guys are very
like sometimes I feel But
I could have swore, oh my gosh, like I said, I'm being so stupid not writing down timestamps because I could have swore I heard something about Starlight and I made me go watch Starlight's video to see if like something went down.
I think it's not one person.
Christy let KJ lose to out Gypsy to get her back in prison. Like, yeah, everybody's thinking that Chrissy, so according to Fancy, the cops showed up at their house, but there is no police report, which means they showed up for like maybe a reason to like deliver a summons or something. They refused to say that Rod was there. Nobody knows if Rod was there or not. We just know that they refused to show proof that Rod was there. For some reason or another, they didn't want to show proof that Rod was there. No, and Fancy and Ryan talk about it right here, and they talk about when did Bree make that video, because Gypsy said they're going to talk about it tomorrow, but tomorrow's Sunday. Probation officers don't work on Sunday. So, what is Gypsy talking about?
It has to be a conglomerate because the pattern of speech does change.
It does.
And the things change. It's not
They're like, it's such a small town. It's their cousins. It's like their fifth or sixth cousin. And they just want some gumbo. They couldn't. Everybody's trying to decide, was this accidental or on purpose? Come on, Bree, you're a streamer. Do you accidentally turn on stream? Especially when you're telling somebody to lie. That was bad. See, I think that Katie Joy's out here, and somebody even said it earlier, if bad news is going to come out, you should break the news yourself before somebody breaks the news on you. Because if you break it first and take accountability, that is better than getting caught and trying to take accountability after you're caught. It is better to just confess and take accountability than it is to wait till you're caught. And so I think Katie Joy's out here to take the accountability for Gypsy, because she's breaking the story before everybody else can break it. Somebody's like, oh, I was going to break that story, but Katie Joy did it first. And it's like, yeah, because that's Katie Joy's job. I think the PR company wants her to break the news first, so that nobody else can break it. Because like I said, it's better, well, they can't have Gypsy do it, because you know Gypsy will screw up on taking accountability. So Katie Joy's doing it, because I think she's the new PR, the damage control person. I don't know why they wanted to bring out the contract, though. Why did they want to bust out that Gypsy had a new PR team and contract? And give away all the behind-the-scenes secrets of her trying to become an influencer. That was odd to break that news first. Katie Joy's trying to share the news before anybody else. And remember, she's on the inside with the family, so everything she says, her narrative that she spins, has to be truth, because she just came from the inside of the family. So we're supposed to believe Katie Joy above anybody else. She's got to spin the narrative, I think, that the family wants to spin. Because look at the difference. Unless Katie Joy is just, you guys known Katie Joy and Fancy longer. Unless Katie Joy is just so much calmer of a person than Fancy. Because, and Ryan too, like Ryan Lee here. When they broke off from the family and when they broke off from each other, I mean, they went wild on each other. Emotionally wild. Backstabbing each other. But Katie Joy won't backstab Christy. Katie Joy won't speak ill of Christy. Katie Joy is speaking very good at the family while breaking out her narrative. Which tells me this has got to definitely be the family's controlling her still. She's not broken from the family. Late to the party. I thought she broke the news about Gypsy and Millie first before anybody.
Person.
Right.
I
I don't know.
swear Thea is the song that never ends.
Thea is herpes. You can't get rid of.
It's a town of only just over 5,000 people. And so those 5,000 people are having a ton of kids, and those kids are marrying each other, and this has been going on for generations. And so everybody's related somehow. I mean, it's closer than a 6 degrees of separation. This is quite closer than 6 degrees of separation.
Rid of her, no matter how much medication you take.
This is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends.
Do you think they're dangerous? Well, this particular person is very, 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 very throughout the word P3DO constantly. Matter of fact, her daughter just sent it to me that my husband was.
What's the weird part is one of the things why I think Gypsy likes being with Ken in New Orleans more than Cutoff is because they are related to a lot of people in Cutoff, and half of those is the Petre family that hates Gypsy. Remember, Dee Dee is from Cutoff. So is the Petre family. Her cousins and everybody live in Cutoff or around Cutoff. And so, yeah, she's surrounded by family, good and bad.
Was because there was a guy on his friends list that we knew 5 years, and my husband hung out with. It's got to be that. It's got to be.
Yeah.
When he's damned if he don't. If you look.
MWF equal Christy. John, MWF equal.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
So.
No, I don't think I honestly do not think Christy is doing it. Now, how does Eris fit in? Because he was.
No, it's not even. I don't even think that necessarily he's mad at you or whatever. But no, he started snark pages. Exactly. We with Midnight. I can right off the bat. I know of 3 that I'm in close contact with that I speak with on the daily, and Midnight wasn't originally in the whole. Thank you. Wasn't in the whole Christie camp. That is adorable. Was not only.
I wonder if they're going to go ahead and just send her back to prison, but they have to deal with the drama of it and the baby, and I wonder if they're weighing, like, do prisons hate taking back pregnant women? Because then they have to deal with transporting her to the hospital. And Gypsy, at the end of her pregnancy, is going to constantly make them take her to the hospital. So that she's going to be like, oh, I'm in labor again. Oops, just Braxton Hicks, guys, take me back to the prison. And then 2 days later, she'll be like, no, it's coming. Nah, just kidding. we can start taking a bet. How many times do you think Gypsy will make the prison take her to the hospital to get checked out with her baby, so that she gets out of the prison and gets to chill in the hospital for a while? You think she's purposely wanting to go back? She said her freedom is the top number one thing to her. That's why she got mad at Ryan over that $6,000 and everything and quitting TikTok, is because she saw that her freedom was more important than $6,000. That's how much her freedom means to her. Screw $6,000. I ain't going back.
Over there, only when they moved.
Did they catch and see if she was talking to Nick through Ryan? That would definitely send her back. She was trying to get a hold of Nick.
To TikTok, and they started really going at you. Did I start?
Babies in prison all the time. I have medical staff that will evaluate her before they take her. Yeah, they'll probably check her. They'll probably be like, you don't go until you're 3 centimeters. Then we'll rush you. Soon as you're like 2 or 3 centimeters.
Start seeing people like Christy follow Brandy, etc. Where, you know, and then I started really seeing all the different people gravitated that we've seen to go after you, cross you. That they never had TikTok, not open a YouTube till March. And that they didn't have any idea. They're just a nobody in the game, and they just came across, and you blocked them for asking a stupid question to.
They're doing a banner job of not proving anything.
Really show your that Sarah's put out there.
Brandy's okay. Did you were asleep? You were asleep when I did my Veda live, right?
Yeah.
We found out a lot during Veda live because Veda started digging. Because Veda was like, "Wait a minute, no, this makes fucking sense."
Right. Yeah. That they were the first ones that posted it.
What?
They were the first ones that posted it.
No. Okay, so Veda called for Brandy to come into the chat because I was in there. And she said, because I said Brandy was the one who posted it, because that's what I knew, because that's the first point. She's like, I didn't know you were going to post it on on itself. I thought it was just played in the line.
See, that's what I'm wondering, Gabriella. Is she going to be like, oh, it's coming, and then she'd be like, I'm in so much pain, and then they take her to the hospital, and she's like, oops, never mind, guys. She's going to be the girl who cried wolf, and she's going to end up giving birth in her cell, because they're going to be like, you know what, we've already taken you to the hospital 10 times, Gypsy. We're done. And then she'll give birth in her cell.
Right, and she said, no, it's posted on my community page. And she said, Brittany, you can't do that.
I'm like torn on, it's hard because I know prison's hard. And part of me feels like, why do I want her to go back? But then, like I said, when you look at the crime scene photos, how can you not want her back in there? You know? That too, Sarah Epson, she's been talking about waking up with period-like cramps. But the internet says it's okay. But I'm wondering if she's going to tell Ken that all of this drama caused a miscarriage. And she's going to be like, all this drama and crap is like, all these creators caused it. She's gonna blame all of you guys. The whole hospital thing wasn't a setup, so I'm seeing it. I don't believe those videos. Just because she's sitting in a hospital room and Christy's saying she's pregnant doesn't mean she's pregnant. Just because they got a nurse to say, oh, she's pregnant, doesn't mean she's pregnant. Where's the test? Show me the paperwork, Gypsy. They give you a printout when you're done at the hospital of everything you did. Get that printout. Show the receipt. Don't just film somebody filming Christy, filming you. Somebody's filming Christy, filming Gypsy, saying, look, I'm pregnant, because I'm sitting in a hospital room. So it must mean I'm pregnant. Regarding using social media in commission of a crime. Because like I said, this November, is Susan Smith is up for parole? If she gets parole, is she going to come out and... Or is it Susan Powell? Susan Powell? I keep getting names all mixed up. Susan Powell? If Susan Powell gets parole this November, is she going to come out and get her own social media too? Because next year Yolanda Saldivar is trying to get out, and she's already started her social media, just like Gypsy. Yolanda has already started. Hey, Aval. I saw you, Aval, in... Yeah, I said hi for a second. I was lurking, but somebody accused me of being under a fake name. So I said hi real quick to prove that I wasn't under a fake name. In that live, because I'm like, no, I'm not running under a fake name. It's like, I'm talking with Rose at all times, guys. I love it that somebody accused me of being Gypsy last night. Just because I was sticking up real hard for Ken. Somebody's like, are you Gypsy? And it's like, you must not know me then. You must not have seen me on panel. You must not know who I am then. Or you would know. Because I'm the only one who shows my face on panel. Nobody else will show their face on panel.
And Brandy's like, I'm going to find Chuck. So then she went to Beta and tried to get Beta to help her take it down. How do we get it?
Well, and she gets really angry when you ask her to show the bump. And the bump never changes size. It doesn't. Be like, hey, Gypsters, why don't you go take a drive with Susan Powell? You guys go have a lovely drive past the lake. Right? Go see the scenery with Susan. You guys can talk about your crime and see what happens.
Get taken down. I don't like the way Brandy and Carol treated me. They didn't protect me. Vegas like, I'm sorry, I started it anyway, so I don't know what the hell you're upset about. And we all thought it was because she wanted that video out of there. But she didn't. She didn't want Brandy's taken down. She's wanting not to be in there. Because birthday party. So she's not even thinking that this is anything. She's like, release the video that Sarah gave it to you. And she says, no. It goes, okay, all the anti-fancy people and the fancy tea and the people who run the Exposing Good Wives, with all of them.
Well, but how?
So Susan Powell, she's back from the 90s. So if you weren't born in the 80s or earlier, you probably don't know her. But she's like, if you've ever heard of Diane Downs, she's like Diane Downs. She was cheating on her husband with a boyfriend. Her boyfriend didn't want kids. Susan had 2 boys. Instead of properly getting a divorce, letting her husband or her parents or somebody have her kids, she took her kids for a drive and she rolled her car into a lake and left her kids strapped in their car seats. And she got herself wet and ran to a neighbor's house crying that somebody stole her car with her kids in it and she needs to call 911 because this guy has her car and her kids and they need to be found now. For 9 days, everybody searched for this car and these kids for 9 days until Susan opened up to her husband and confessed her crime. And he oh so turned her in. And then she made up stories about depression and whatnot and tried to plead that she wasn't guilty, blah, blah, blah. And now she's up for parole. And she's going to want sympathy. I don't think she took full accountability either of what she did to those boys. When first responders finally found that car, it was heartbreaking to see those boys still strapped in their car seats and imagining the struggle they went through. Macy said she is a nurse at a hospital, and she said she took Gypsy's blood, and that she said it in Morbid's Live a month ago or something. The next day after Gypsy, or either the day of or the next day after, whenever Morbid did his live after Gypsy came out with her pregnancy announcement, Macy claimed responsibility for telling Nina and everybody that yes, she knows 100% for a fact that Gypsy, I was in that live and somebody told Macy, don't confess your crime on freaking social media. It's like you're gonna lose your job as a nurse. You just broke HIPAA laws. But because I was doubting that Gypsy was pregnant. And Macy twice came out and said, no, Rose, I did take that blood. And I was like, oh, okay. I'll leave it alone then. But later she did retract it and say she didn't. After Kate came out and said she was friends with Gypsy and everything, and that drama went down, and then, I don't know, if you ask her now, she'll tell you she didn't say that. Oh my gosh, you're the Queen of England, no way! In my chat, yeah baby! We got the Queen of England here, guys. Bow down. Well, she's a local to New Orleans, not cut off. Because when she retracted that statement, she said, no, I'm in New Orleans. Why would Gypsy be at a New Orleans hospital? She's not in cut off. Yeah, they shouldn't make an excuse and say, well, she's pregnant, we don't want to take her back. I think between the pregnancy and the popularity, they have to decide if we take her back, this has to be serious because she's popular. And this will cause an uproar. Because some people will protest it and some people will cheer. I was in Starlight's live, and she retracted the statement in Starlight's live. I ended up leaving the live because I didn't want to fight with anybody about whether she said it or not. So I left the live because I'm not gonna argue. And there's no Morbid. The live is still there that Morbid did, but the chat is not there. So I couldn't go back and clip it and say, well, there it is. It was said by you. Because I went back later to see if I could see the live playback chat, and it's turned off. The live playback chat is turned off. Did you see it, Gabriella? Were you there in Morbid's live when she said it? Wait, well, I know, Jeff, because right now she's acting like this under the eye of the government. And it's like, oh my gosh, we're getting a preview. And one of the things, like, I think she wanted to get knocked up for multiple reasons. Because, getting knocked up means she doesn't have to get a job. Okay, cool, Gabrielle. So it's not just me that remembers it. Because it was retracted. She did. I was like, I'm not going to even fight. I'm not going to even do this. I was like, oh. I think she realized she can get in trouble. Because people can call her job.
How did they get the video?
In there.
This is loud.
But how did they get the video?
Pink hat. 3. He didn't give it to you, Sarah.
Out the hard way. Does she know?
Because I remember it very well because she said it, and then I was like, "No, Gypsy's not pregnant," and she's like, "No, Rose, seriously," and it's like, "Oh, okay." It's like, I'll leave it alone. I'll drop it. And then I remember somebody telling her, "Don't confess your crime on social media," and I was like, "Yeah, and that too, by the way." It's like, you gotta watch what you say on social media. That's why I can't really talk much about what's going on in my life right now. Because I could get in a lot of trouble and get my family in a lot of trouble. Anything I say right now could cause. So you gotta watch what you say. You know, don't bring a lot of your personal life online unless you're ready for the repercussions. Oh, it's like, should we take a poll and a bet on who's gonna raise the baby? Christy, Ken, Raina, a combination of Christy and Raina. It's like, somebody's raising that baby, but Gypsy ain't. She thinks she wants a baby. Wait till her first night of no sleep. Yeah, because right now it's perfect for her to blame a miscarriage on all the drama that's going on right now. There's so much drama going on in our community right now. Like, now is her perfect moment to get the sympathy for all the messed up drama that's going on right now. The leaking of the photos, all this and that, and Ken is probably stressing her out. Like, he got off of Morbid's live last night because he knew that Gypsy would be mad that he was up there defending himself again. And Be prepared for maybe Ken to take a little extra time to come back to Morbid Stream if Gypsy does miscarry, because he'll probably need to baby her for a couple of weeks. And therefore, he's going to put off Morbid's live. He might even trash some of the streamers that caused it. I'm sitting here going, if she does miscarry soon, we got some major drama coming from Ken and everybody. Because, yeah, they're going to heavily start blaming the crap out of our community. Our community is going to, yeah, blow up.
No?
Yes. She is.
Does she know she's going to find out the hard way?
It is, because Ken, it was an issue back when Gypsy was in prison and they were dating. It was an issue back then because you had Ken on Facebook. You had Fancy and Christy every week giving interviews to different magazines. And Fancy was even putting Ken down, saying bad things about Ken in the magazines. And it was upsetting Gypsy then, and it was only magazines and Facebook then. Now, it's magazines, newspapers, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, everything. Gypsy's got it 5 times worse than she had it 6 years ago. And I'm surprised Ken jumped on board. Nobody would be riding Ken's ass about being gay or bi or anything had he stayed in Texas and married that girl. He would have a happy, calm life right now had he just stayed in Dallas and married that girl. So, let's see. What did I hear about Ryan missing court? Because everybody's finally been talking about Ryan missing court. Because everybody wants an explanation. What is Ryan doing? And what does it mean that he missed court? Is it him putting off the divorce? Can they move forward without Ryan showing up? Oh, he does. I think Ken honestly does like Morbid. Morbid is very easy. He's really good at interviewing people. He really is. He's got a talent in interviewing people. He does. And he was so comfortable enough with Morbid that he was like, I'm going to jump up here and I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to defend my honor. Like I said, guys, when you spread gossip and rumors, you steal and rob somebody of their reputation. Ken is trying to save his reputation, even though he knows it's drowning. But he's trying to do his best to save his reputation. Oh, what? That allegedly Ryan was told no appearance was necessary? Illegally? So Gypsy's team told him not to show up? Know if the law, but in my state, any children Yeah, Buddhist, yeah. It's called, oh gosh, it keeps slipping my mind. Presumption of paternity law. As long as especially if the husband believes that the baby's his. So they told him not to show. I was wondering if that would happen. He shouldn't listen to Gypsy's legal team. Because they want to win. Why is he listening to Gypsy? And of course, Christy showed up to testify. I don't know what she's testifying of. She saw nothing go down. She went over to their house, once? And Ryan was sick in bed? What is she gonna get Ryan on ignoring his wife? Oh, he was sick with COVID. And so he was laying in bed because he had pneumonia. And he was ignoring me and his wife. Divorce. Time to divorce. Everything that Christy has to say is hearsay. She saw nothing go down between Gypsy and Ryan. Unless stealing food off Gypsy's plate is apparently abuse. I don't know. Somebody showed a clip of them at a barbecue, and apparently Ryan was pulling food off Gypsy's plate. It's like, okay, there's got to be a reason behind that. I don't think any husband would just take food off a wife's plate unless they prior discussed something like, don't let me eat too much there because I'm trying to lose weight and I'm exercising. Does Ryan have a lawyer? Because everybody's like, does he have a lawyer or is he self-representing? I thought he had a lawyer because Ryan said, let's have the lawyers handle the divorce. He said lawyers. He acted like he had a lawyer. I thought, that's why I was surprised when they said not even Ryan's lawyer was there. It's like, wait a second. Ryan said to Gypsy, let's just let the lawyers handle this. Because he's like, I'm done talking to you. I'm done saying stuff. It is about a news. She just said all she has to do is tell him she's pregnant and she gets a new season. A miscarriage and social media bullying her could be part of the show. What if that's episode 2 or 3? You know, episode 2 or 3 is her needing a mental break because she had a miscarriage. Because unless she really did go to the gynecologist and get a pill, I don't believe that she got pregnant with Ken the first time they were together. Because she's been having trouble getting pregnant for years. Why all of a sudden is Ken so magical? That Sunny D sperm just, I guess, is magical, guys. For not letting Gypsy go swimming in February. Oh, that's so stupid. Ryan knows that. I heard Ryan talk about not letting Gypsy go swimming. It's like, Gypsy, just hold off a couple of months, let the weather warm up. Because there is a lot of humidity down there in the south. I would understand why Ryan would be like, you know, cold humidity is going to be extra bad. Okay, you're like, it's normal for a husband to pull food from a wife's plate. That's good. Pull a power play. People are pushing Ryan to save the baby. It's like, Ryan, you are the only one. Ryan's the most sanest out of this bunch. People went from hating Ryan, calling him creepy, to Ryan, you're the best out of the whole bunch. Save the baby. Save it. We need you to save this poor child. If it's there. If it's there. Let's see what happens this week. Okay, so I don't know. I've been thinking. All these creators are banding together. Ryan Lee, Fancy, Katie Joy. People that were 2 weeks ago actively hating each other are now making truces and pacts and whatnot. I messaged Adaptive Kate a couple weeks ago and asked her if she wanted to talk about all the bullying that is going on lately. I told her I don't agree with you on some things, but I also don't agree that you should be being bullied. Because I didn't like the bullying of Ken being gay and people starting to bully Kate over. I mean, you can hate Kate's decision to make truce with Gypsy, but bullying her is a different story. You cannot like what somebody does, but doesn't give you the right to. Well, she just texted me back and said, Rose, wait a week to come out with your story. We have something in the works. Well, it's been just over a week. I haven't seen anything come out in the works. Or at least, have I? Because all these creators all of a sudden banding together makes me wonder if something's happening in the background. What did they do in the background? Because that's what also makes me wonder, is Katie Joy breaking off from the family a planned thing? Because Kate told me, wait a week, Rose. Don't tell your story for a week. Give it a week. And then I said, okay. And she says, it's up to you, Rose, but there's something in the works. Just wait. That baby bump is not changing sizes, Aval. She's showed it off between 11 and 15 weeks. So for a month straight, I've seen that baby bump like 3 or 4 times now. And it's the same size every time. So I don't know if she has an Amazon baby bump or not, or if that's just her body. Same here, Gabriella. I'm with you. I saw her say she did. I told you they're retracting it. She's retracting it. we can't go back to Morbid Stream and prove it because the chat is turned off. The chat replay is turned off. But I'm glad I'm not the only one that remembers seeing it, Gabriella. Because I remember seeing it too. I remember, she said it twice. And then I was like, okay, I will back off this subject. Because she twice was like, no, it was me, guys. And I was like, okay. And somebody was like, don't confess your crime. I remember in Starlight's live a couple days later they retracted it. But did she say it in Starlight's live too? Or did she retract it? Because I remember I went in Starlight's live and I really like Starlight and I don't want to fight with her. And so I left the live when they were like, no, Rose, she didn't take the blood. She's a nurse in New Orleans. Why would Gypsy be at a hospital in New Orleans? And I was like, okay. I left the live because I really do like Starlight. I really do. She's such a sweet person. I love her voice. I love her laugh. She's so wonderful. I didn't want to fight with her. Yeah, well, if he had replay, it'd be like, maybe it's good in this situation because then we could go back and grab the proof and somebody might get her in trouble if we could go back and grab the proof. No, Morbid does a fabulous job of running his giant stream. He does. He does a fabulous job making his stream, no matter whether it's 2 hours or 5 hours. I remember the second time I went up on panel, I made his stream go like 5 hours long because of how long we were talking. And I'm like, sorry, Morbid, I know you like shorter streams, but if you put me up there on panel, I'm going to talk. Yeah, I think she did a lot of job. I think when she was with Ryan, she did a lot of things to lose weight. She wanted to look like that blonde Barbie doll in that pink dress. I guarantee she purposely bought that pink dress because that looks exactly like a dress that Barbie would wear. With the little cut out the side and everything. That's exactly something Barbie would wear. I think she was purposely getting thin, getting blonde, and looking like Barbie. Getting her nose done. I mean, she was doing everything to be Barbie that day on the beach. Unfortunately, her hair looked like crap. Well, and everybody says the dress looked like crap too. Everybody chided Christy for how could you let Gypsy walk out in that. Wow, my stream totally went a different way than I meant it to go today. Ha!
I wasn't going to tell her.
Well, what I mean is she's going to find out the hard way. People are seeing, and it shows that she...
Amber was sitting, and I have the text messages after I sent the video to Amber. Did we just believe her because she said it? Because she was the first one to say that he chest bumped her. She's also the first one to say that he tried to feel her up. She was accusing him of sexually and that's how she started it. And where both Amber and I were sitting, we were at a diagonal across the thing, and so
Hello Starlight says that Gypsy is lurking under the name Sugar Sunday, is it? Look for somebody named Sugar Sunday. That is Gypsy. Everybody's been seeing Sugar Sunday lurk in Fancy streams, Ryan Lee's streams, Starlight streams, Morbid streams. Sugar Sunday, guys. The dress on her, but she was on a kick to, yeah, she was like, I'm gonna be Ken's Barbie doll. But then some reason, after she bagged Ken, she stopped caring about her weight.
We could see that he was right. We made statements to not sending it to my computer. But when I sent it to Amber and we started looking at it, and I'm beginning to think, like I said earlier, a LeBron James flagrant foul, fall down on the ground.
Yeah, because Ryan he said he got his lap band surgery, which I just find that odd that he says he got that surgery, yet he has so much soda in his house. Because soda, anything with carbonation, soda, beer, anything, wine, whatever, big no, it reinflates your stomach. The carbonation reinflates your stomach. You can't drink a can of soda or you ruin the lap band surgery. My sister-in-law used to weigh like 300-400 pounds. She got the surgery. I think she dropped down to 150, 200, something like that. When I met her, she wasn't thin, but she wasn't big. But she got depressed and started drinking beer, and she ruined the surgery, and now she's back to I don't know how much she weighs, but it's much, much bigger. I got picture proof of what she looked like when she came into the family and what she looks like now, what beer did to her. So when I heard he had lap band surgery and then I saw the Dr. Pepper in the fridge, I was like, bullshit. You cannot drink carbonation. I don't even think a little bit. It's too much of a tease. What is he going to drink, like a teaspoon of Dr. Pepper every hour? Be like, I can have one sip every hour. That's it. Every hour. A year ago, I wonder if one of the reasons why they were hiding the money from Ryan is, do you think he used Gypsy's money to have the surgery? Because he had the surgery while she was in prison, but while they were married, while he was collecting money for season 1, because they were both in season 1. And so do you think the family got mad that he took the money for himself? Because I was thinking maybe this is why the family's hiding the money from Ryan, is because they think it's Gypsy's money and he's being selfish by getting his own lap band surgery. Because they were saving up for Gypsy's nose surgery with that money. When Gypsy got out of prison, they wanted her to have her nose and her teeth done. Those were planned like 4 years before she got out of prison. She was planning that nose job the whole time she was in prison. She just needed the money for it. You know what? I'm a skinny person and I don't have a very big stomach, and I always take home leftovers. I never eat my full meal. Plus, I'm also I'm partial lactose intolerant. I can have so much dairy, milk, butter, whipped cream, whatever. I can only have so much of it before my body can't digest it anymore. And so, like, one time I went out, one of my friends took me and my husband out for dinner like a year ago. And he spent a lot of money on the food. And I went home with a bad stomach ache. And I had to take home most of my dinner in a doggy bag. And I didn't want to admit up to him that I had a stomach ache. And so I just made an excuse why I had to get a doggy bag. And I went home and threw up everything. And I didn't tell him. I went straight to bed. I was kind of rude. He dropped me off at home. And I just ran straight in the house. Because I had to throw everything back up and go straight to bed. Because I didn't bring any of my Lactaid pills on me. I have to always carry Lactaid pills on me. Because I don't know when my body's going to hit that point. And then it's a waste of paying for dinner for me if I just throw it up. But I understand. Everybody's got problems. And you gotta sometimes bring home your meal. And it's not being rude. I just didn't want to be rude. I don't like being rude, and I confessed to him like months down the road that I threw up that dinner. But no, you sit there and you're like, ooh, this looks so good, and you're like, man, I don't want to waste this food. You're like, I'm not gonna waste this. It's like, I'm not gonna waste this. I always take home doggy bags. Me and my husband, like, there's this one restaurant. We'll go spend $60 at that restaurant, and we'll eat off of it for 3 nights. $60 gets us 3 nights of food. What? He was lying, or he was over 1,000 pounds? What? I just don't get why all the soda's there. He shouldn't be drinking. Cause I remember my mom doesn't drink soda like ever, and she wanted to get that surgery, but there is a lot of rules to it to get it, and you have to practice the diet like a whole year before you get the surgery. Or soda ruined it and he gained weight. He could have got it 5 years ago. He could have thinned up 5 years ago. And then his soda habit could have broke it. Because like I said, soda is a no-no. It's a big no-no. Soda, beer, anything with carbonation you cannot touch. Beer, wine, whatever. Bad comments on What the Bug, who was on Morbid when Ken was first time. People thought like you. What was exactly the thought? Because Like I said, I have morals and ethical lines I won't cross. I want to be monetized too, guys. I would love to be monetized too. But I'm not going to go beg for it. I'm not going to go beg larger streamers for it. I have integrity. Well, that's 50 pounds in 5 years if you didn't stop the soda. And 50 pounds is a lot of difference. 50 pounds is a good amount of difference. I find it sad that the content creators are fighting. Right now, I just heard Fancy lie to Ryan, and I can prove it in 2 seconds that she just lied just now. Yeah, exactly. Ryan is Ryan. He's a good or a bad person. You feel a little sympathy for him because Gypsy did him wrong, but that doesn't change the fact, is he a good person or is he not? They said she was starstruck, Cash App, fawning over Ken, and called her a pick-me. To what the bug? Let's see, I read a lot. People were that. What the bug came up as soon as they saw Ken last night, and they're like, ooh, I was on What the Bug's live just before they went up on Morbid's stream. And they were telling people, I'm so done with Gypsy. Do you want to talk about, what's her name? Casey Anthony or Chris Watts? And they're like, I'm so done with Gypsy. He's like, they are like, I'm bored of Gypsy. And then Ken was on Morbid's. And What the Bug's like, okay, I want a piece of that. Well, Sarah, I took a big step by making a video saying that Ryan, Ken, and Gypsy, all three of them manipulate each other. When I saw that soda and everything, it was like the thing that tipped the scales for me that Ryan lies. And so I made a video talking about Ryan's lies. About how Ryan sent that pink note. Hi from Alabama. Oh, I didn't mean to date Gypsy. I just thought she'd think, oh, what a sweet guy. Bullshit. No guy sends a pink envelope to a girl unless they have motive behind it. She wasn't trying to look like Barbie. That's too much to lose. She was, and wearing that pink side cut dress in LA on the beach, and she was doing her turns and flipped the hair, and she's like, Christy, get me on camera. Yay. And I was like, oh my gosh, here we go. She's using the boardwalk like a runway. I know that Ryan is lying about being lonely. He is dating somebody and he's keeping it on the down low. Watch, you guys. He is dating somebody on the down low. He's just smarter than Gypsy, okay? Gypsy keeps screwing up. Ryan knows. that he's on camera and he knows how to lie and act on camera because he knows the real world better than Gypsy. He is dating somebody on the down low, but he's acting sad over Gypsy because he can now go live on TikTok and you see all the money he makes, all the roses, everything he gets. He's making money just like Gypsy. I'm wondering if Tara's talking about what the bug. Starstruck Cash App fawning over Ken. Called her a pick-me. Because what the bug didn't expect people to be lurking in their streams. I was lurking. And they said they were so over Gypsy. They thought they only had a couple people in their streams. Actually, they had like, I think 30 people in their streams. And I was one of them that was just lurking. Watching them say, oh, I'll talk about anybody else. I'm so over Gypsy. The proof is there. The receipts are there. We can go watch What the Bug and I'll show you. They said they're so over Gypsy. I never do timestamps. I got to figure out what timestamp they were. Because this was, yeah, this one. Because I watched this one, I think. See, where are we at here?
If you guys wanted me to talk there, I could talk there. But I don't talk there because that's not what you guys like. You guys like when I talk over here. So I also, I talk here. You guys like there. If you guys wanted me to talk.
Themselves. They didn't have anybody on panel.
The beautiful one. Incredible, beautiful magic. That's what it's called.
I mean, if they're a drummer and singer, why don't they just drum and sing about true crime? Like, if What the Bug would just, like, maybe they would be unique in the true crime if they brought their own talents to true crime. Just sing, make up a song, and sing us a song. Don't try and be a comedian like Morbid. It's not going to work. That's Morbid's thing. Morbid is Howard Stern. If you're a drummer and you're a singer, then do some talking, do some drumming and some singing. Bring us something unique to the true crime. You have talents With the Bug. Just use them. Just use them. Somebody is dating Ryan. First of all, he did say it on a live. He was going out to the movies or something 2 nights in a row with the same person. And then all of a sudden, he told people, yeah, I'm going out to the movies, but I'm not going to tell you who I'm going with. It's none of your business. And then on another live, he almost slipped up. He was laughing and he almost slipped up, talking about, oh, I'm taken. But then he's like, never mind, don't say that. He almost slipped up. He stuttered for a second and then talked about the women that are texting him and how he could get them if he wanted to. But he almost said something differently before he said that. And I think he almost talked about the girl he's dating. Oh, nice, Tara. I thought I was the only one. I read comments sometimes. Sometimes I don't. It just depends on the video and what I'm doing. And so it surprised me when What the Bug was on the panel last night, and they're like, well, if Gypsy goes to prison, I have no more content. And it's like, I thought you were done. I thought you were moved on to Casey Anthony, Chris Watts, other people. There is so much other crime to talk about. What the bug? Gypsy isn't the only crime to talk about. I'm usually I'm either talking about Gypsy alone, or I combine Gypsy into other real world stuff, other crimes and other things. I do a mixture. I compare Gypsy to other murderers out there. But What the Bug is talented. They should bring their talent to the community. If you want to be a comedian, but you're a drummer and a singer, then make up a funny song about Gypsy or Casey Anthony or somebody. Drum it and sing it for us. Show us your talent. Don't copy somebody else's talent. Be unique. Be yourself. Bring your talent. My thing is I just like to be a safe place for people to say what they want to say. I don't want anybody, I will monitor my chat. I don't want anybody to bully or get down on somebody for saying a thought. Because my place is a safe place to share your thoughts that you can't say anywhere else because you might get made fun of out there for it. I hope nobody comes after my streams because this is a safe place to air out your thoughts or anything. Because everybody should have a safe place where they feel like they can be themselves and just let out their thoughts. Like I said, I'm glad I said that because I took a chance on saying my feelings about What the Bug. Because I'm like, oh gosh, Morbid's community, please don't come after me for saying my feelings about What the Bug. But here Tara is telling me that I'm not the only one feeling that way. Is high energy content creator. Be here for everyone, but she seems cool. I would like to see What the Bug come into their own. Not copy Morbid. Be honest, be truthful. If you're done with Gypsy, be done with Gypsy. And I'm sorry Morbid's not done with Gypsy. But maybe be done with Gypsy on your streams. And you could join Morbid for Gypsy on his streams. But if you're done with Gypsy, be done with Gypsy. Move on. And bring your music career into it. I don't hate What the Bug. I'm just saying I wouldn't do some of the things they do. I'm not going to go beg. Did you see how hard they begged Nina? Tag me on anything. Tag me on anything. As long as Nina, you got 50,000 followers. Just tag me. Just tag me. Oh, Bree just gave herself away. If she would tell Gypsy to lie to a probation officer, Bree would lie to anybody then. Not care about someone telling Gyptard. Oh, I don't know if they can do anything to Bree for telling them to lie. Can they do anything? Can the probation officer say, I don't want you to talk to Bree anymore. You're done. Bree is no longer your friend. Done. Out the window. Anybody that would tell you to lie to me, gone. Like, that's the only thing I can see the PO doing, is saying, I don't want to see you talking to Bree anymore. Tell Bree to not talk about you anymore. You guys are done with each other. Because that might happen. If they don't want to send Gypsy back, they might just say, you're done with Bree. Tell Bree to quit talking about you. You're done talking to Bree. Tell Bree goodbye, or I will tell her goodbye for you. Christy is unfortunately one of those people. Christy is not guiding Gypsy properly. Gypsy needs to learn that your parents giving you rules is part of being a parent. For some reason, the PO is not treating Gypsy like any normal person, though. Oh, you're not a fan of Morbid? That's okay. If you're not a fan, that's fine. No problem. Like I said, you can air out how you feel in here, and nobody's gonna think bad of you for it. If Morbid's not your cup of tea, that's fine. Last night his stream was not my cup of tea. That's true too, Pink. You know Gypsy's got a pull. If you ask Ryan Lee will tell you, set your calendar every 10 days. Gypsy will do something stupid to keep her relevant. You can set your clock to it.
Yeah, you know why it doesn't go viral? You know why it hasn't gone viral? Because I haven't put thousands of dollars into it. Songs don't just go viral. You have to put money into it.
Well, no, songs can just go viral. I went viral one day. I didn't expect to go viral. I didn't know if I'd... it's hard to... You never know when you're going to go viral. You just do your thing. Like I said, I was doing my thing. Guy came in my stream. Said, Rose, I'm being bullied. First, I joked with him. Told him what not to do. And then I gave him a heartfelt response from the heart. And he donated me $100. And next thing I know, 2 hours later, I'm viral. I didn't know he was recording me. I didn't know he had intentions behind talking to me about being bullied. He was looking for a mom to give him advice, and he found me. And he loved my advice so much. I went viral on TikTok. And that's why I have 11K followers. Have a knockdown drag out at the PO. Her. Gypsy's gonna be homeless soon. She can't move in with Ken. It's heating up over there between Gypsy and Christy and Rod. And Mia, too. The whole family. I think Dylan's the only one we don't know how Dylan's handling any of this. Because Dylan is staying out of the limelight. Dylan's like, I ain't getting in this. Dylan's just living his life. Okay, so if Toddy One Skip is being featured on Into the Weeds tonight, do you think it might be close to a trashing fancy session?
Money. If I everything. I am on. I'm on all your favorite social media and music. I got a lot of pop shit and more shit. I gotta figure out what. Damn, what?
Ignorant if she thinks her PO or someone is in the office haunting her name.
Ew, sorry.
Gypsy needs to vet the people that are close to her. If she wants to stay free, she needs to vet the people close to her. Because somebody close to her, and Nina has said it, somebody close to her is talking to the creators. Well, we know that there's Katie Joy. We know that there's Macy. We don't know who else there is. We don't know if Mia's doing it. But there are people talking to creators.
What is that song called? One of those.
Trying to remember what was
Suck it.
going on in their stream.
drove Christy crazy that she was getting called out by Gypsy's therapist and cutoff, or in reasoning, Jen is literally trying to.
Now Katie Joy is getting the credit for opening eyes to the little narcissist. First it was Nina, now it's Katie Joy. I guess it's whatever streamer you discover, you credit for breaking out the narcissism. But I don't like to use a lot of words like narcissist and stuff like that, but
Of this, but you know.
I need to timestamp these. I don't know what timestamp it was on.
It's like
Yes, and it has different made-up languages in it.
I know they were by themselves and just talking.
A song.
And
The Kardashians are ugly. I do wish that I
Story that we do not
I don't
know.
in there. I can't help.
And they do a lot
It
of good
is me.
editing,
Like,
so
I-
I don't know why What the Bug is not showing off a lot of their talent. They do a lot of editing. They're good at editing. They're good at music. They're good at singing. Like, they have some talent to go viral, to be popular. You have to have something so unique that you shine above everybody else. Or knowledge that makes you shine above everybody else. The popular streamers are the ones that don't just do it for the clout and they're an echo chamber and they say the same thing that 50 other people have said. The ones that shine are like I said, the reason I went viral is because when most people go into the streamer stream and you say, I'm being bullied, the streamer says, oh, I'm sorry. And that's it. It's over. They don't talk to you. The streamer doesn't sit there and talk to you. They don't sit there and say, what's going on? Tell me about it. Let's talk about it. I did, though. I said, tell me why you're being bullied. Tell me everything. We'll talk about it. Where are you being bullied? What's being bullied? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. I didn't just say, oh, I'm sorry. I hope things get better.
I forget that I'm on.
I mean, they can sit here and talk true crime and make mixes of true crime songs. I mean, that person that made that Gypsy Panini Press song, they went viral. What the Bug can go viral very easy if they create a catchy tune about anybody. Gypsy, Chris Watts, Casey Anthony. Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be Gypsy. It could just be any. You could start doing mixes, making up little 30-second jingles, 30, 60-second jingles about somebody's crime. Planted from the beginning. Negotiation. Well, Gypsters is like Dee Dee. Dee Dee who always wanted to be famous. And now Gypsy has hit what her mom always tried to do. "76 minutes still." Okay. Trying to see if I can find that. Maybe it wasn't on this stream. Maybe it was on the one before it. Wait, okay. 23 hours ago, 2 days ago. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it was this one 2 days ago. I don't know.
The tattoos, the weekend that we went to New Orleans, none of that was filmed with Lifetime. That was just us hanging out as people, and
When
the
did you get
cameras
the
were not
tattoo,
there at all.
Ken?
Not planned, you know, so it was exactly. We had no idea.
That's kind of the direction
Viewed it back.
Maybe
And
it was
these
the
words
one
not coming at
before
me
this,
from just
because
regular
this is the one where they jumped up on the Ken one. No, that's 2 hours ago. Here, let's go to videos. Well, no, they're lives, aren't they? Lives, maybe. Maybe it's this one.
After Dr. Denny did his.
Oh no, I was watching this one. This is the one where they tried to be comedic about everything. And I was like, there's too much forced comedy in that one. Too much forced comedy. I'm trying to support What the Bug. It's not 2 hours ago. Probably wasn't. Maybe it's this one. I don't know.
That's the same
well, wait.
criticism.
Okay, explain.
If you guys could give me like a good 30 seconds, I would love that. I just play a little.
And
Hey,
it's
Ken, anybody hear me, or am I? Definitely not it. The fuck? A little bit of this.
One thing, entertainment is another. You got their Gypsy is separate. Oh, it'll separate again. Yeah, I don't know why her PO just doesn't give up and be like, here, New Orleans, take over. She's, I guess, got to be married to Ken or something. She's pushing that proposal. She's like, don't tell me, Ken, if you're going to propose. And then she's on a live going, maybe Ken will propose. I just got to get Ken to propose. It's like, I'm staying the night, most of my nights at Ken's house. I got his baby in my belly. Maybe she doesn't want to miscarry until she gets that proposal from Ken. Maybe she's afraid to do the miscarry without that proposal. Do you think she's trying to manipulate him for a proposal real quick before the miscarriage happens? Because if the miscarriage happens, Ken could leave her. She is so scared Ken can leave her. Oh, well, you technically kind of can. You just have to wait. I mean, me and my current husband, we got engaged while I was going through my divorce, but it wasn't my fault. I left my husband. I drew up the divorce papers the next day. I delivered them to him. I was like, boom. And then I told him, if you just sign the papers quietly, because in Utah you can have your divorce done in 10 days. 10 days. If you both willingly sign the divorce papers. Utah, quick divorces. Really easy to get divorced here. It's so easy to get divorced in Utah. And he said he would do it. And then his mom found out we were getting a divorce and she stopped him from signing the papers. And then I hung in limbo for the next 7 months while he wouldn't sign them. And it pissed me off because I just wanted to move on with my life. His mom got in the way again. She always got in the way of our marriage. Me and my husband would agree on something, until his mom got in the way, and then he would change his mind and back his mom. I hated it. Yeah, he can. He can leave her even after a marriage. He can leave her at any time. She doesn't understand. She'll never, ever 100% have him in the bag for the rest of her life. He can leave her at any time. Literally, if she doesn't sign a prenup with Ken either, literally the day they get married, he owns 50% of her money. If they don't sign. Do you think she'll be stupid enough to get married again without signing a prenup? Be like, Be like, 2 men did it to you in a row. Years from now, she will be, She will be on her 10th dude, crying on the internet every day, going, why can't I keep a man? See, Gypsy, there is this saying about, why buy the cow when you get the milk for free? You're giving away all that milk, froth and all. Hot, foamy, froth and all. For free. No man is going to properly respect a woman that will ditch your husband in 2 seconds and jump in the sack with you. And you can't respect a man that was with a woman for 4 years, engaged and all, and then all of a sudden they have a mutual separation as soon as you are worth $3 million. See, that's why I think Katie Joy is a plant, because after people forgot about the $3 million. And then me and Morbid started saying it again. And now Katie Joy's out here trying to squash that rumor before it gets around. She wore a white t-shirt with wifey on it. She's pushing for that engagement. She doesn't care that she's also... See, so, here's where I draw the line. If you leave your spouse and you drop those divorce papers and you move out and you stand your ground, you are not going back to them. You are free to date, and that is not cheating. However, if you are still sleeping with your spouse, or flirting with your spouse, or telling your spouse you might come back, and you're sleeping with somebody else, that's cheating. As long as you have your ex and you're towing them, that's cheating. You either stand your ground and you do the divorce, or you're cheating. Because I believe that if you're legally separated, you should be able to date. But you have to stand your ground that you're not going back. You can't play both men. You can't play and toy with people's hearts. Yeah, it's sad how she's like, well, I left the baby onesie at Ryan's house, and it's like, yeah, but you took the lingerie and everything else that Ryan bought you. This is horrible, Gypsy. Take the baby onesie, leave the lingerie, go buy new lingerie. Not the lingerie that he's been buying you for the last 2 years and dreaming about you wearing it, and he probably slept next to it in the bed while you were in prison. He probably sat there and hugged that lingerie. It could be a fancy trasher, and I unsubbed from Toddy weeks ago. Love but not by me. Toddy and the cutting board, they can be very harsh when they talk. They can be very harsh. I find them both they can be very harsh. I mean, they are very black and white. They either like you or they don't. She left the baby onesie behind. She said she did. But she took the lingerie and everything else. She left the dog and she left the baby onesie. The baby onesie that she was so afraid wouldn't be for sale ever again, that she had to buy it that moment because it was so damn cute. She said she left it. I mean, Gypsy's just doing a lot of stuff and going online and rubbing it in Ryan's face. But then the worst thing that burns the worst is when... No, I'm not surprised, Ava, that she can be cruel. Like I said, I'm one of the people, I back up Candace Starr when I think she's so dark and disgusting. She didn't have Schmex with Nick on her bed. Even Ryan Lee has said this and backed me on it. Well, they probably don't know they're backing me. But when you see the pictures of Gypsy's bed, only a very middle portion is cleared off. The whole bed is... I wonder if they just went in her room to look for the Barney doll. And that was it. And then they, after they had Schmex next to the body. And all they did was go, because Gypsy's bed was not cleared off. Unless they had Schmex on top of, they just wanted Schmex so bad, they couldn't finish clearing off the bed. They were just like, okay, we cleared it off enough. Get on the bed, get on the bed. Yeah, like, it just depends. I'm that way too, Ava. So I do have a gray area, but there are some things that are black and white for me also. It's like, I do have morals, ethics, and integrity. Like I said, hey, Joshy Washy Dashi, how are you doing? 19 people. Whoa, I can't see on this, OBS how many people are on. This OBS doesn't give it away. Like, I don't mind going to other streamers and linking with them and like I said, I don't you know, there you can go and connect with other streamers and stuff and tell people you're a streamer. That's fine. That's fine. Begging a streamer, ask Joshy Washy Dashi what happens in Twitch if you go beg a streamer for their community. You get kicked. Joshy Washy Doshy's known me for over a year now. And they come from my Twitch community. And in Twitch, if you go into another streamer's stream and advertise that you're a streamer and beg for their community without the streamer's permission, you get booted. You get yelled at and you get booted for trying to steal another streamer's community. I was going to talk about that today too. How, like, look at Ruby Frank. The one that just got her kids taken away. Ruby Frank. People are going harsher on Ruby Frank because she lives in Utah. She's Mormon. And so is her little pal. That all these people in their circle are LDS, they're Mormon. And so when they torture kids and screw up, we hold them at a higher accountability than somebody who doesn't have religion. It depends on your lifestyle, the accountability we hold you at. Ruby Frank, it's like, how can a good Mormon mother do this to her children? She's supposed to be bound by heavy morals, ethics, integrity, all of that, because she's LDS. Comment about the photos and her behavior now. But, like, yeah, I was going to talk about this on the stream, how, like, yeah, your lifestyle says how much accountability you get held at. Because I'm bad at that. I don't know if it's bad for me to judge people like that too. But if you have, depending upon your religion and stuff, the accountability I hold you at. Because I live in Utah. And I do expect better of people that are Mormon. I do. But that's the culture I come from. Disagree. She really abused her kids. Starvation, beating, throwing them in. We're not. Well, she is heinous. But the thing is because she's Mormon, she should have been one of those good Mormon moms. She took her religion to a different standard. Her and Ruby and whoever, I can't ever remember all their names. They are horrendous people. They are horrible, horrible people. But they definitely knew better. See, Gypsy, you hold her at the accountability that she lives by cliches and the movies she watches. She's playing her life out like it's a movie. She thinks she's creating her fairy tale. So you hold her to those standards. Because that's her accountability of knowledge of this world. That's her accountability. Ruby Frank had a higher accountability. She was raised better. She knew better. She was supposed to be raising her kids better, to better standards. Sometimes I don't know if you learn by judging other people or just watching other people and holding your life accountable towards theirs. Because it's like, well, if you go to church, you hold the person standing next to you or sitting next to you in church, you hold them to the same accountability you hold yourself to. If you are following your pastor, bishop, priest, whatever you follow their teachings. Like Micah's husband, Pastor JP. Hello, you're a pastor. You hold us accountable for our sins. How can you be guilty of so many sins? Don't tell me you don't hold Pastor JP higher accountability than you hold Ruby Frank. I mean, I hold Ruby Frank to a high accountability, but Micah's husband, Pastor JP, the guy who tells us we sin, don't tell me you don't hold him to a way higher accountability. Because you're going, he's a pastor. This guy preaches to me every Sunday and Wednesday night, and on a revival 7 nights a week. This guy cannot sit there on Sunday and chide you and then go home and grape his wife and have other people grape his wife and beat his wife and drug up his wife. And then Wednesday night show up to chide you again. And use his platform as a pastor to tell his side of the story to get you to feel sorry for him, because he gets the story to you first while he's on the pulpit. It's like, seriously, Pastor JP? Really? Somebody who gets to have judgment over you. If you come to your pastor and you tell him you sinned, yeah, judge the behavior. Well, knowledge comes into it too. Like we said, we're holding Nick at a less accountability because of his autism, and he was manipulated. He didn't. Gypsy lied on the stand. It wasn't his idea to use a stabby thingy. It wasn't his idea to jab Dee Dee. That Gypsy lied. It was her idea. And she took over a year to manipulate Nick into it because he kept saying no. She had to find new ways to get him to say yes, because she didn't think he would do it. So she kept pushing and pushing and pushing until he finally said yes. And so we do hold people to the standards of their knowledge. Well, I wonder, Ryan did say that Gypsy does talk to a lot of her exes. Could that mean Nick? Did Ryan know she was talking to Nick through his phone? Ooh. Don't tell me you don't know if your spouse has your phone. Your phone is beside you 24/7. If your spouse has your phone, you know it. Oops, I don't want to show my code. Mom was showing my code. Don't show your code, Rose. That would be bad. BRB. Sorry, I had to laugh at something with my husband. Oh, God. My life is hilarious. Okay. Let me see what you guys have been talking about. Why did everyone think she had contacted Nick? Like, does he not have just a tablet to freely email? Yeah, they said, and Nina denied it. But she was talking with Nina and no other creators, so that is weird. But of course, Nina, if Nina was doing it, Nina doesn't want to get in trouble with the PO, so she would deny it. So it's like you don't know if things are going on in the background, but you do know that Gypsy and Nina were messaging each other. Gypsy's voice is the most recognizable voice in the world. Yep, it would immediately revoke her parole the second she said hi to Nick. She even, thinks about Nick for 2 seconds, or it'll get revoked. No contact at all. She can't say, hey Nina, when you email Nick, can you tell him this for me? Boom, going back. You're gone. I'm like, gotta catch up on the DMs. Oh. Oh, this is funny. I hate it when you have to... See, this is what my community is not supposed to be. I don't want people to walk on eggshells in my community. If you want to talk about a subject, I don't care if everybody else in the room hates it. If it's personal to you, you should be able to talk about it freely. Because it's you. And I want people to be themselves in here. And no, we're people from all around the world, all around the United States. We come from different backgrounds. We have different lives. We're going to have different thoughts. And so we're not always going to agree. Rug burns on. See, I said that. Nah, when you're crawling on the carpet to clean up stuff, no, you gotta. Or else moms would have rug burns on their knees every day. Moms would never get rid of rug burns. They would have holes in their pants where the knees are all the time. No, I think they were up against the bed or something like that. I think they were like wildly all over the frickin' place in that room. I mean, Nick said they did a little bit of everything. Everything. But yeah. Well, that's what I was like saying earlier. Like, I don't hate Morbid. Just because I don't feel comfortable on panel doesn't mean I should hate him because I don't feel comfortable on panel. Chat is excellent. You don't even need mods. Yeah, I know. I should mod some. You got Joshy Washy Doshy's my only, mod kind of right now. I technically have two, but I need to mod somebody.
Hey there, heavy Jade, what have you been up to, babe? Every now and then you cross my mind.
Because I didn't walk on eggshells. I don't even see comments, analyze, content, settings. Is it in settings? Channel? Advanced settings? No. Oh, I need to change these. I think. Take that one off. I don't do that one anymore. Take that one off. I don't do that one anymore. Keywords. How do we set these? Okay, there we go. True crime. What? Family. I'm gonna take off Roblox. Another creator said he has something in his past and they didn't want to support him. Wonder if what is it? Like, everybody's got a past. Most everybody. I got a past. You guys were to... Well, some of my past is sealed, so you can't dig into it, but you'd have to ask me and then I could tell you. But I can tell you why I know the law about the first principle in Utah, that if it's your idea, you go down. I've heard Morbid, like, I can't remember what he said about his past, if it's clear and go ahead, people try and dox him, or if he's made mistakes in his past and the point is, did you learn from your past or did you not? You know, that's the point. Okay, there we go. What are those hidden users? What? What is a hidden user? I don't know. Okay, save. I think when Dan and Dee Dee, when Dee Dee went and picked Gypsy up, I think Dan totally upset Gypsy. See, there's two kinds of Disney movies out there. I was thinking about this for the last couple days. There's two kinds of Disney movies out there, okay? There's the ones like Snow White, where the prince comes along and you meet him and you have a good time with them, and then they eventually save you, and whatever happens to the stepmom happens to the stepmom. And then there's the ones like Rapunzel, where they gotta come in and fight the bad mother, even if it unalives them too. Even if they get stabbed and they get unalived too. And I think she tried like the Snow White Cinderella ending. Because Cinderella, technically nobody gets unalived in Cinderella. Cinderella moves in with her prince. She goes to the ball, she dances with the prince, she has a good time with her prince. Then they get married and she lives with him happily ever after. Nothing really, depends on what story you look at, what happens to the mom and the stepsisters. You know, in some stories, all three are bad. In some stories, only one of the sisters is bad, you know. But for the general Disney story, nothing happens to them. And Cinderella wins the day. But then there's, like the Rapunzel one, where you have to get rid, I guess in Snow White they kind of had to get rid of the stepmom. And so there's two kinds of fairy tales. Where either the prince just takes you in and saves the day, or the prince has to fight for you. And I think when Dan was like, I ain't taking you to Arkansas. Dude, I'm living with my friend, I'm on probation. I can't have you living here. You're just a kid anyways. Go home with your mom, you're just a kid. Because that's probably how he saw her, just a kid. You're just a kid, go home with your mom. Because the mom came to get her money and her pills. She didn't come to get Gypsy. She came to get her pills and her money. Because that's what Gypsy says when Dee Dee first got there. She's like, give me my pills, give me my money. And Gypsy's like, all right, if I want the pills and I want the money and I want the guy, we got to fight the bad mom. We got to go Rapunzel. We can't go Cinderella. We got to go Rapunzel. The depends. The originals, a lot of people die. And the originals are bad. Yeah, most of them the protagonist dies. Not in Cinderella, though. What happens to the stepmom and the sisters in the end of Cinderella? I'm trying to think. They just become slaves for Cinderella or something? The mom ends up being the slave in the end. Yeah, I know the originals. Like, Sleeping Beauty is really bad. That one involves graping and twins being born because she wakes up and she's got twins in her belly. Oy. That's crazy. Yeah, the originals are... Disney really softened them up. Disney did. Well, Snow White didn't have to unalive the stepmom. She fell off a cliff or something like that at the end. Yes. Because the originals are very, very bad. The originals are so much darker than you could imagine. I mean, Beauty and the Beast accidentally unalives Gaston, and they just give you the idea that Gaston's gone because they don't even show it. It's an off-screen. Same with Snow White. Off-screen, she falls down a cliff. Off-screen, unaliving. In Rapunzel, when Rapunzel cuts her hair, it kills the magic, which unalives the mother. And she falls out a window, but you don't see her go flat because she disappears in the cape. She disappears before she hits the ground. But the prince had to come, and he got jabbed, and he almost died. Had Rapunzel not cried on him, and her tears turned out to be magic. But let's see, in Cinderella, depends on what version you watch. Like, the one with Drew Barrymore, one of the sisters is actually good. And, like, I think the mom becomes the slave in the end and has to serve Cinderella. And so, not everybody, most everybody, Red Riding Hood, the big bad wolf, does get unalived, and trying to think what other fairy tales are out there. Cinderella, Beauty and Sleeping Beauty has nothing. They're good parents. It has nothing to do with the parents on that one. Most of them have to do with the parental figure. But if you watch, like, the Hilary Duff version of Cinderella, nobody gets unalived there. In a lot of adaptations of Cinderella, the stepmom does not get unalived in Cinderella's story. They become a slave, or Cinderella just leaves, and they live there without Cinderella anymore, like something like that. Like Cinderella, which is the one of them that Gypsy was obsessed with, Cinderella just gets away. She just walks away. There is no death. But in Rapunzel, there is. Rapunzel, I bet you Gypsy did feel more like Rapunzel. She probably felt like Cinderella with Dan. And then she was just going to walk away. And Dan was going to whisk her off to Arkansas. And she was going to feel like Cinderella. But I bet you she felt more like Rapunzel when Dee Dee took her home. And she's like, all right, this has got to end the Rapunzel way then. Because Disney taught her there's only two ways to get away from the evil mom. And it's either the guy whisks you away, and saves you, or you gotta unalive the mom. Those are the only two ways. And she tried the running away with Dan. It didn't work. Dan rejected her. She got upset at Dan. She started spreading bad rumors about Dan. And she probably went home feeling like Rapunzel. And that's, I think, when the unaliving, when she's like, all right, because right after that is when she goes and finds Nick. She's like, all right, I'm getting out of here, but I got to get out of here the Rapunzel way. So she goes to horribly to a Christian dating site. This is one reason why people are also mad at Gypsy. Like I said, religion does make a little bit of difference. She went to a Christian dating site to find somebody far more aware of life's realities in the past. Yeah. I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Hold on. to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I was talking to my husband real quick, because, oh, man. I mean, if you have to walk on eggshells around somebody, it's like, it's hard. It's like, you don't want the person to leave you, but if you're just going to have to walk on eggshells for the rest of your life, it's like, is it better that they just go? I don't. Okay. Well, she had the internet. I wonder. Well, I don't know how accurate we can take the act. Okay, but talk about the act for a second. She asked Aaliyah, you know, how do you kiss boys with, you know, so if you start Googling how to kiss, it starts simply with, you know how Google works. You start with something simple of learning how to kiss, but it can quickly go downhill. Yeah, you can't hide your true age from the government. They have your social security number. You can't change that. But, trying to think, yeah, I just had to go to the bathroom real quick. And then I was talking to my husband for 2 seconds. Because, an issue came up today that I was trying to handle. Dan's texting. I mean, apparently Dan was texting. Well, either as the cops got to Nick's, or as soon as they got to the police station, and they hadn't separated Gypsy and Nick yet, because Nick saw text from Dan. Because Dan was warning Gypsy about cops. I think cops visited Dan. She just made her believe they did not. It wasn't like in the act. She didn't take Gypsy to a lawyer. She didn't get those papers signed. That didn't happen. Gypsy literally could have left at any time. Her mom had zero legal hold over her once she turned 18. The problem is I wonder if also when Dee Dee went to Dan's house, Dee Dee was like, Gypsy, how am I going to explain you gone to the neighbors when they ask where you are and why am I not taking care of you anymore? What am I supposed to tell them? They're going to find out. That's why I said two can keep a secret if one is dead. That's why I made my first video that said that. because everybody was like, why? Why did Dee Dee have to go? Because I wonder if Dee Dee was like, if you leave me, first of all, how am I supposed to take care of myself? And second of all, what am I supposed to tell everybody? What do I tell everybody? Where'd you go? Why am I not taking care of you anymore? Who's taking care of you now? You know, are people going to see you up and walking? Are we going to get caught? Are we going to get in trouble? I'm sure Dee Dee said stuff like that to Gypsy of, you're walking in front of Dan and everybody. What if somebody caught you at the grocery store with Dan walking? What are you going to tell them why you can walk? Because it's like, she had, that's the problem. That's why they say that saying, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first decide to deceive. Because imagine the web they weaved when they decided it was a good idea to shave her head and call leukemia. You know? They were getting close to getting caught. When they went to the hospital, in 2011? And the doctors are like, it's microdeletion. Because they did the muscle biopsy. They did every test under the sun. And they're like, Gypsy, just get out of your chair and walk. We know you can walk. Why won't you get out of your chair and walk? She stood up for them. But she didn't walk. She just stood up. The grift was coming. Somebody called CPS on them. Because the grift was coming to an end. Okay. I hope it doesn't mess up, but it is good chatting with you. If it does mess up, I'm sorry. We love you here. But yeah. Like, that's why this case is so fascinating. There's so many ways you could think about how this went down. And I think it does all start with that moment in Dan's house. Gypsy finally gets up the guts to get away from her mom. But the problem is, when she gets to Dan's house and only 4 hours later, her mom has hunted her down. No, her mom never. That would take going to court and all kinds of stuff. And they would do all kinds of tests to prove that Gypsy couldn't take care of herself. It's not as simple as the act made it look. The act made it look like, oh, we went to a lawyer in the mall and got it done. It was just another day in the mall. And a lawyer stamped it done. No, conservatorship doesn't work that way. It doesn't. So, yeah. Oh, wait, not that one. Oh, are they 14 minutes into it? Hold on. Let's see. Let's refresh. Or is it 13 minutes? Oh, 13 minutes till. It's a countdown. We're almost there. I know that word issues tripped me up. I forgot that Toddy's channel was called Issues with. I thought, oh my gosh. Do they have a problem with Toddy? I'm like, what? Don't tell me they have a problem with Toddy. I just saw the word issues and I was like, oh my gosh, this is bad. They should have said guest starring or featuring. That would have been nice for them to just say featuring issues with Toddy once again. Just one extra little word and my confusion wouldn't have happened. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I got so confused by their title. Well, with all the hate going around lately, I wasn't thinking. I wasn't thinking when I saw it because of all the hate that's going around so bad. The legal system. Those Mahal lawyers signing away children's rights for $5 and a funnel cake. Got what he wanted. 4 hours. He was ready for her to. Dan and them guys. She looked like a little girl. It was a legal way to have their fun. She was legally over 18, so it wasn't statutory. But she looked and talked like they said. That shed outside was originally Star Wars themed, but they changed it to a little baby nursery. Cause Gypsy, and you saw those pictures she took of her 8 different personalities, and one of them is that brunette little girl that's with the hair, and she's like, I'm so scared. And one of the reasons why I think Dee Dee was part of Gypsy's grift is because somebody took those photos, possibly, unless she did have a selfie stick or something. Somebody took those photos. And B, somebody did teach Gypsy how to pose. It's like, here, we're going to put on this wig and we're going to put on this outfit, and then I want you to pose like, lick that knife. Or look like that innocent little girl. Look, he's so innocent. Or just look like you're gonna take that whip and there's some men out there that probably know that shed well. Well, Gypsy did say if Nick didn't do it, she was talking to 4 other guys that she was trying to. But those guys were just interested in the videos Gypsy was providing. I mean, maybe Gypsy wanted the money, because what if a lot of that $20,000 that was in the safe, Gypsy made it because Dee Dee didn't cash Miranda Lambert's checks or anybody's checks. Dee Dee didn't cash any checks that were given to her. And, so I wonder if she was locking up Gypsy's money and saving the checks for later. I don't know why she was saving the checks later. They do expire after, depends on the check, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, depends on the check. And so you can't tell me that Gypsy was spending a lot of time in that shed doing her grift and Dee Dee had no idea she was in there. Because if Gypsy was in that shed all night long, then when did she find the time to sleep during the day? Her mom would notice if she was sleeping during the day and staying up all night. And she did take that one picture in the living room on the couch in broad daylight. You can see the purple wall and the electrical panel and the blue couch behind her. So it wasn't like she was hiding in her little girl's room. Plus, she couldn't be in her bedroom. It was a mess. Her bedroom was a holy freaking mess. The third bedroom was a disaster zone. And her mom was sleeping in the other bedroom. So what was she supposed to do? Where was she supposed to do? All of this grifting. Well, the shed was the only thing that was hers, that she could be OCD in it if she's OCD. The shed was hers to decorate, to fool around in. It's like, there you go. Nick likely didn't know about the shed. She kept that behind Nick's back because she said she was talking to 4 other guys besides Nick, plus Dan. She really does keep her exes on the back burner. Like I said, so when she was married to Ryan, and 3 months into their marriage, she was going to annul it. She was talking to this guy named Todd. Do you think that she still got Todd on the line, that she's still talking to Todd? Because she always strings her exes. Before her daddy gets home, but her daddy was already home, you liar, Rod. You lied. You were at that football game with your daughters. I caught you in a lie, Rod. I don't think anybody in that family tells the truth. They just make streams to grift more and more and more. I think she's still talking. Somebody said, okay, Ryan laughed when somebody asked if Gypsy was talking to her ex. Because Ryan's like, I'm not the only ex that Gypsy talks to. If she well, as long as Dan didn't unfriend her for 9 years, she could have gotten out and just restarted talking and rekindling that romance in case she needs him. Keeping his motors running in case she needs to jump on in. I mean, Dan was technically her first love before Ken. Why wouldn't she talk to Dan? She can't say that Ken was her first love. Dan was the first one that broke her heart. Dan and Ken are her 2 favorites. Be like, fly me out there, I'll go interview the neighbors in Georgia. I think my husband, I don't know if my husband's company's headquarters are still in Georgia. My husband's been to Georgia because, but they moved the headquarters to Salt Lake City. So I don't know if they have a headquarters out there still, or if they just have a regular office building or nothing. I'll have to ask him. Be like, hey, honey's job, give us a free flight out there for work. She can't talk to Dan. Oh, yeah, that's right. Dan is locked up. If that's the real Dan violated his parole just a couple of months ago. He's on. That is very. Mini burner phone. She's like got a burner phone in every pocket. She's like right pocket ringing, that's Nick. Left pocket Dan. Back pocket Ryan. Back right pocket Ken. She never puts that phone down. That girl never puts that phone down.
Music 24/7. Stay tuned for the ultimate radio experience that celebrates our heroes and plays the tunes that never get old. From engaging discussions to timeless hits, this partnership has everything you need for your listening pleasure. Don't miss out on this exciting new chapter in radio history as MB Radio and Patriot Radio come together to rock your world.
Opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent.
Find us on the web at mbradio.us.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Into the Weeds podcast here on Military Broadcast Radio. I'm Amber.
And I'm Laura.
And my daughter is always clowning me about the intro.
Okay, it's better than what it was. Never mind. It's okay. Everything is a work in progress here.
Yeah. Yes, and that was done on the fly within like 5-10 minutes.
Oh, my hip was hurting so bad.
I was just laughing at myself. I didn't realize you were going to call me out for laughing at
you.
you.
So I'm going to call you out.
So yeah, welcome here, everyone, today.
If this does bother people, we can't shut it off.
Much appreciate having you. We have a very special guest today.
Yes. Toddy One Skip. Issues with Toddy One Skip off of YouTube. And so we're going to meet her today. And our interview of the week today is sponsored by LTD Tactical.
Interview of the week sponsored by LTD Tactical.
Hello. Hello, Hello, everybody. And like I said, Toddy One Skip is our guest today. And I was so thankful to her because we've kind of had a busy couple of weeks with a lot of things that have happened. And she was very gracious and
really like fancy.
agreed to come on. And so I'm very thankful to you, Toddy, for coming on last minute.
And these guys
Well,
are
again,
having
thanks for
a little
having
bit
me.
of
I
trouble with
appreciate
fancy.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you could please just kind of, well, actually, I'll just tell everybody how I found you. I found you on YouTube when I was trying to figure out more about Gypsy Rose, and you came up in my For You page. And from the moment I saw you, I was like, oh man, this lady is super interesting, and I want to know more about her.
Wow, I appreciate that. It seems like it seems like that's the case, and I didn't realize I was as interesting as I think people find me, I guess. Grateful.
You know, I'm actually finding that a lot of the content creators are just as interesting or have just as interesting stories as the people that they talk about.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, when I first started talking on, you know, YouTube, it was a podcast, and it was more just to express myself. I was a writer for a long time, and all of a sudden, like I lost that attraction to it. I don't know what happened. So I was spiraling for a while, you know, and I really couldn't find a purpose. And a few people said, you know, you should do this, you should do, and you know, during the time when we were all shut down, I was like, you know, I got really into watching YouTube and everything, and I was traveling with people, you know, the virtual traveling. I mean, it was amazing, and everything that was on YouTube, I really exposed myself to YouTube for the first time. And
that's kind of what brought me back to YouTube. Was during lockup, I was getting frustrated at what people were talking about, and I was like, I gotta change the narrative.
And I thought, I got stuff I want to say to put out there, you know, in cyberspace and have it.
And I had been thinking about it for a couple of years. And I've actually heard you talk about it as well. Just finding interesting people like the everyday person. You don't realize how many people have such vast experience and knowledge and all the things that they've been through. And at one point, I had actually wanted to go to nursing homes around the area and do interviews and collect their stories and maybe either put it in book form or a YouTube form of something. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah.
Share their stories.
Yeah, there's some amazing people out there, amazing people that have actually, and I'm not putting down the younger people at all, but I mean, people that actually walked this earth and everything was real. It wasn't virtual. Everything they saw was real to the touch. And you know, especially the elderly people that have been through so much and seen so much, you know, like you don't really think about everything they've gone through until you're getting closer to that age. And you're like, wow, I can only imagine what they've seen. You know what I'm saying? So I think everybody has a story to tell. Everybody has a story to tell. You know,
well, that's what I wanted
stories can come from the people you expect them the least.
And actually, and
I hated watching innocent people go through the court system, and I didn't know how to get a hold of regular people and be like, come tell your story. Come tell why you're innocent going through our justice system. That's what I was hoping my streams would actually be, but they turned into something different. Yeah, I need to pause it.
Got the idea from Laura's great-grandfather. He's a very interesting guy. He worked for Standard Oil, and he was in World War II, and he actually went into Japan after the bombs were dropped and everything. And just learning more about him, I was like, wow, this guy's been in my life for how many years, and I did not know the depth and
anything about him.
Yeah.
Everyone has a story.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Definitely.
So, Toddy, tell us your story. Tell us about you and who you are.
So yeah, my real name obviously is not Toddy Oneskip, but I'm not prepared to put it out there. But
I understand
so
that. I get that.
yeah. So, but the surname Todd is a name that I picked when I was writing, as you know, a name that I would write under, and so it's been with me for about over 40 years. You know, the name, and yeah, how it came about on just the name per se is that one day I had lost a Facebook account under my real name, and I couldn't get it back, and I put one under this name, and that's how people started to get to know me. That
Yeah, it's hard. I'm like, how do I email people? How do I get a hold of people? I don't know. Because I've told some of my stories, and I tell people, you know, you try and build an audience and be like, okay, people, come find me. And then once you find my streams, come tell me your story, and I'll do your story, and you can come up here. And because I hate the justice system. I'm like, I want innocent people to start standing up and telling why you had to go and take a plea deal. Because innocent people get thrown in the justice system, and they take plea deals all day long, because that's their only way back out the justice system, is just to suck it up, take the plea deal, and leave.
I mean, it's amazing the power of the internet, because once you put it down, yeah, so all of a sudden people started calling me that name, and I'm like, yeah, that's not my name. I would get paychecks, believe it or not, under that name. I'm like, I can't cash this. No, I mean, like, I was just a server at the time in a really small restaurant. I'm like, I can't, that's not my name, you know? So,
Yeah,
but,
totally get it.
you know, then somebody called me Toddy one day, and that kind of stuck. And then I went to mail them something that you guys had talked about earlier. Laura, it was you that had went to a store, right? So I went to mail somebody, and I just put Toddy Oneskip. It came to me, and it
There
just
you
kind
go.
of stopped. So yeah, that's how that happened. But you know, I worked. You know, I've always wanted to be a writer, and most of my life I took positions just to support my writing, you know, but I would get these like really weird positions. Like I went in for a job, and it ended up being a detention center. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay, I was young. So I was in my 20s. And I said, oh, juvenile. I went with juvenile right away, not realizing that detention center just a place to restrain people. You know, so
That's exactly what it
there was
was.
21 male inmates. And
when I was in college, I had to pick 2 minors because I did criminal justice, and they had 6 different minors for me to pick, and one of them was juvenile justice. But if I got a job in the juvenile justice system, I'd have to carry a pew-pew. And I was like, nope, I am not taking any job where I have to handle a pew-pew.
And
oh, wow.
Can you imagine tiny me trying to keep teenage... I'll have to tell you the story about me getting tied up on the playground by a bunch of 3rd, 4th graders.
Oh.
And they weren't children, they weren't kids. But later in life, I went into that after I spent about 8 years, 9 years inside of the jails. And then I went back to the jail. So I really don't remember exactly how many years. It's probably over a decade that I spent in the jails. But then I thought, well, you know, if I could get to the people before they end up in jail, maybe, you know, so that's when I started working. You know, it was years later, but that's when I started working with children, as far as, you know, trying to, and that was in a residential drug treatment center. So, you know, I spent a lot of time being locked up, but being able to go home at the end of the night. So, and then, you know, I owned a recording studio somewhere in there from like 1999 to 2002 in Dania, Florida. I owned a recording studio. but I'm not a very good business person. So unfortunately, and I got robbed at gunpoint coming out of the studio one night. So there was a couple factors that made me say, yeah, I can't do the studio anymore. But I mean, so I've done a few things. I've done some stuff, and I was in the witness protection program. I know you guys were interested in that. That was, we gotta thank my dad for that one. I was just along for the ride. I was just along for the ride.
So what? We'll get into that later. But what makes somebody like you, who's interested in writing and in songs and things like that, go work at a jail?
Yeah. So again, everybody has a story to tell, and I have written plenty of jail dramas. So, I mean, I've always found it fascinating, sociology anyway. I've always found it fascinating how people could live within a certain like culture or certain restrictions or whatever. And inside of the jail was absolutely fascinating because it's its own world.
Sure.
Because that's everything that exists for these people. Yeah. Everything that exists for them is inside that jail. Everything they need from you is inside that facility. And so when you leave, there is a distinct difference. So I found it just fascinating how people survive. And you got to remember, I mean, there's big people that were intimidating. And then there's these smaller inmates that are like, oh my God, am I going to see them in the morning? And I mean, that's really extreme, but in jail, there's not a lot that really happen. I shouldn't say that. There are things that happen in jail, but they're more likely to happen in prisons because in jail, people are there for a shorter period of time. So they're either there, and I've said this a million times.
I wish your degrees would say you're minors. Because I minored in forensic psychology. But it just says Associate of Science, Criminal Justice. By the way, criminal justice is a science. Nice. I got a science.
Everybody that goes to prison has been to jail. But not everybody that has been to jail has been to prison. Because they have shorter periods of time. So their behavior is not going to be as bad. Hopefully. Those really horrible inmates, the ones that have been there for like vicious acts, aren't. I saw them, but they were, kept in their own cell in the SHU, special housing unit, and but it's fascinating. There's a lot of stories. I could sit back now and there's funny things that still make me crack up, and it was just fascinating to see how people could go from like one extreme to the other. And then, if you became, I don't want to say friendly with them because you really couldn't be, but I guess I was. I mean, just some of them, like one guy, he just didn't belong there, but he belonged there. It was a white collar crime guy. It was a small little Jewish guy, and he did not fit in. He did not fit in.
I bet.
And he looked Jewish. And, listen, I don't mean anything by that. My family's Jewish. But I mean, when somebody's like, they're going to get picked on, he had that all over him. But he didn't.
See, you can talk about stuff like that without being racist. You can mention another race without being racist, dudes.
Just him surviving in there, and he came from a good family. He just wanted more. He got greedy at work. It was embezzlement. He was embezzling money and stuff. And so, it certainly wasn't violent acts, but he was in there with, people that were, had drug charges and such like that. And some people that, I don't want to say were horribly violent, but they did some stuff. And here was this guy just trying to make it in there. One of the cooks in the jail, was this incredibly brilliant. He was like a big deal on Wall Street or something, and he just again wanted more than I guess he should have had. So it's just the people. It's just fascinating. It was just fascinating the difference in the people there and just their stories. And I think also because my dad was incarcerated, I'm pretty sure that had something to do with it, because I remember that I wanted to be very fair. I knew that I wanted to be very fair inside of the jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know that came from the fact that I wanted my dad to be treated fair, even though by the time I started working in the jail, he was out. He was out. He was, he was living a good life. He was doing, much better. And, it was his second chapter that he was in.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, I was just thinking, I always think about that, like about how you can go to prison or jail for literally anything. And they have, the nonviolent offenders with the craziest people. And it's just like, oh my goodness. And there's no way to separate them. And I mean, I understand the complication in trying to separate them, but it's just so crazy the wide array of people that you can meet under those circumstances.
Yeah, and my cousin is in prison, and I've talked about her before on here, and she tells me about some of the women in there, and I'm just shocked. I'm shocked because it's like you've got women who are like legitimate gangsters, and then you've got women who are like speaking 7 languages and have been in the military and things like that, and it's like, whoa, you don't. I never.
Good and there's bad. We all make mistakes.
Yeah, and I never really thought about it. Until it touched me, until I had to see it. I basically just acted as if it didn't exist, or that well, they did the crime, so they need to do the time and the punishment, and who cares if they have TV or who cares if they have whatever. That's how I felt until
I
my
still
cousin
feel
was
that way.
in
I'm
prison.
sorry, but I mean, like, here's the thing, like, and I don't know if you know this, but my late ex-wife, I met her in jail. I mean, like, she was an inmate that I met through the window when she wanted her commissary. You know what I'm saying?
That's
And
wild.
she had a radio problem. We had a problem with the radios, and she wanted her radio replaced, which everybody did because we got faulty radios. And so I had my own drug problems in my early 20s. And I remember a couple times I got pulled over and I was like, I don't know how I didn't end up in jail. I don't know. God was with me. And, it scared me enough to say, this isn't the way I want to. I don't want my parents to pick me up from, I was in my 20s. So when I went and worked there, not only did I want to be fair, but I also knew that some of the people that I'd be working with just had worse luck than me. You know what I'm saying? Had worse luck than me. And I was able to stop. And some of them, they were selling drugs because they felt like that was the only thing that they could do. Some of them have never pushed a broom. Some of them just never had any kind of confidence at home. And some of them were born into it. And, but they do keep, the violent criminals more or less separate from the nonviolent criminals. They do. They don't like throw them all in. Sometimes when the jails are overpopulated, it's murky there, but for the most part, they try to separate the two.
To an extent, but I mean, like in prison at least.
I'm sorry, women are much, the women. I would much rather work with men than women because
I can see that. Yeah,
they just come out of anywhere. They got stuff.
I believe it.
They got stuff on their mind from a month ago, and so you got to remember that.
No doubt.
Yeah, we definitely hear it gets chatty at Ellen and Chillicothe, so I can assume it probably goes for most women's prisons.
Yeah, and jail. Okay,
yeah.
we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna come back, and we're going to get more into Tottie's life and the things she's experienced.
Training programs will
every. who you experience, because I think that probably tells a lot about who you are, how you've been shaped and everything, and probably a lot of the reasons why you have chosen the careers that you've chosen.
I have no context on this, so I'm very curious. How did you end up there?
So again, through no fault of my own, or through no credit of my own.
How it always seems to be.
My dad, I guess he was a career criminal for the first half of his life, or at least the first 40% or 35% of his life. And he used to write bad checks. And you know, so he was incarcerated a few times even before, you know, I was born.
I think everybody moved over there, and it's getting close to my dinner time. So I will see you guys in their chat. I will go ahead and get on my phone and get in their chat. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Love you guys. It's cool because you never know where the chat's gonna go. It's like I planned one thing today and it went a little bit different. I was gonna compare Gypsy Rose, Taylor Swift, and a little bit of morals and ethics in there. Not exactly. I wasn't going for like, you gotta be Christian. It's the fact of just morals and ethics. Because she does a good video. If you go watch her video, she does do a good video of talking about not making music and stuff our lives, our gods. I mean, because another 10 commandment Gypsy's probably broken is idols worship, idolatry. That's a hard commandment if you're not Christian. Are you breaking idolatry if you aren't Christian? So, because I'm like Gypsy Rose, I think I can count every commandment she's broke except for the idolatry. That's up in the air. Is she counted? Because is Taylor Swift her God? And so I found that interesting. I found that very interesting because they were talking about not making music and all of that stuff. You know, you can listen to Taylor Swift and be Christian, but are you making it your God? Are you worshiping every little bit of it? That's because they're again, like we were talking earlier. Because if she doesn't believe in God, well, she believes in Jesus. So I guess if she believes in Jesus and she worships, say, Taylor Swift or something like her, like, because she's like, oh, Taylor Swift, I gotta meet Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift wrote this song about me. I'm in my new eras like Taylor Swift. I'm copying everything Taylor Swift. And so, does that count as idolatry? Because she's pretty much dang near hit all the 10 commandments. Literally. The Schmurder one, that's the one that most people in this world will never hit. Everybody breaks a commandment here and there. And then you repent. But then there's some commandments that are high up there that are a little harder to repent of. And so the video was just kind of going over about, you know, because Taylor Swift's music does have pentagrams and symbolism and stuff like that. She flashes signs during her concert. I don't know what sign it is, but and so there is satanic symbolism in there. And we know Gypsy Rose, so that might be idolatry. She does do the pentagram thing. And that's one reason why she probably likes Taylor Swift, is because Taylor Swift does the pentagram thing. And so they both have that in common. Her favorite singer does the pentagram. So, I was just going to kind of go over and compare a little bit of morals and ethics with Gypsy's relationship to Taylor Swift, and you know how that works out. Because when I was listening to that video about Christians listening to Taylor Swift, I was thinking a lot about where's Gypsy and her focal point in life and what's guiding her. Because when she first came out of prison, it certainly was Taylor Swift guiding her. Everything was about Taylor Swift. But I think she's kind of dropped it a little bit or getting quiet about it now. But, I mean, she was all about Miss Tay-Tay Swift. Okay. I'm getting my thing wrong. And so, yeah. I think she's probably broken every commandment. Probably. We could probably count idolatry. Because if she believes in Jesus, if she believes there's a Jesus, and she chooses the opposite. So it's interesting. So she's broke them all, guys. She broke them all. Oh, wow. Hello, Starlight is live right now, too. Hello, Starlight's live. We got two people live right now. Starlight and Into the Weeds. Oh gosh. I'm gonna have to wear 2 sets of headphones. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, well, I guess I'll flip back and forth between Into the Weeds and Hello Starlight because they're both on. But I'll let my stream go. We've been here for a while. You guys, thank you so much for supporting me. You don't know how much this means to me. I love having a community to chat with. Even if I didn't get to kind of go where I was heading today, that's fine. I just want to see where Gypsy's headspace is. And this Christian kind of points it out where her headspace was when she was, because she said Taylor Swift was her god at one time. Been a mod in years. Did you make me? No, I modded you. I modded like 3 of you. No. I did. I haven't been a mod. You can practice on my stream. So far it's calm. It's good. Unless you don't want it, I'll take it back off. I was locked out of my channel in the middle of short. Yeah, my stream is pretty calm so far. I'm still kind of a nobody down there, which is good. Because I was talking to somebody in my DMs and they said, don't talk about Fancy because Fancy's going after everybody that talks about her. And I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't poke the bear, but I don't even know if Fancy even knows who I am. When I make bad comments towards her in Morbid's chat and stuff, she doesn't even pay attention to me. When I'm like, you suck. She doesn't even, she yells at everybody else but me, so. I guess there's something about me that she doesn't care, so whatever. That means you're free to talk here. Because you're free to talk here because she doesn't watch. She doesn't care about my streams. So yeah, she doesn't care to come over here. That's fine. Just fine. It just makes us more free to say what we want to say, not feel like we have to walk on eggshells, and not feel like we're going to get slammed and yelled at if we state our opinion about someone or something or anything. I'm glad Tara and everybody felt comfortable to come in here and be like, hey, yeah, you know, other people are feeling like Rose. Like, Rose is finally saying it and other people are saying it. And to mod some very contentious channels. Haha, nasty trolls. Yeah, usually my streams I get the occasional, well, I haven't done YouTube in a while. But on Twitch, you get the occasional person that comes in with a racist or homophobic comment. And you just shush them away. You're just like, go away and let me game. Just go. Quit it with your comments. Quit trying to make me say racist stuff. But yeah, well, I appreciate you guys, and I hope you guys feel comfortable to come in here and just say how you feel. And you never know what someone else is feeling or scared to say. Like I said, I was scared to kind of speak up, but I did. And then Tara came in here and was like, hey, Rose, I read comments. Other people are saying the same thing as you. And I'm going, phew, I'm not alone. Okay, I'm not alone. Because, yeah, when everybody was congratulating What the Bug, I was kind of going, big for them. That's something I would never do. It's like, have some integrity, man. I think they have talent and they can make it and they can go viral if they do something creative, and they can and they should. They should. Alright, well, let's go watch either one, I guess. I'm like, flip a coin. Who's more interesting? Liar, liar, wigs on fire? If Gypsy goes back to prison, there's still plenty of stuff to talk about. I mean, just rewatch an episode of the show and you might notice something new. Just go rewatch something. Like I said, I rewatched her looking at Mia and Christy fighting and thought, maybe she didn't fight with her mom as much as she said she did. Because she's saying they communicate badly. So she obviously knows what good communication looks like. She obviously does. Well, and that's why I try and tell people. We come from different countries, different backgrounds, different states, different religions, different everything. But there's no reason why we shouldn't get along. There will always be stuff to talk about. And one day, can you imagine the day the autopsy report drops? The day, I hear it might be this September or this October, when we appeal to the governor on Nick's behalf. Nick might be out of his appeals this September. And the prosecutor's going to have to drop. And can you imagine the drama as soon as that drops? Oh my, the drama when that drops. Everybody's gonna start getting their pitchforks and torches when that autopsy drops, because when that autopsy drops, the full truth finally drops. The last piece of the puzzle will fall in place. And there will be 500 streamers out there trying to interpret this autopsy, Googling all kinds of stuff and interpreting it, and sitting there with their little highlighters and pens, and everybody's gonna go to town on this autopsy. I think Nick's gonna lose all his appeals, and we gotta appeal to the governor because, like I said, to get Nick out of jail, Gypsy's gotta be thrown under the bus. We gotta have that autopsy report, and that is going to make Missouri scratch their heads and decide, how do we handle this? Because Missouri has had that autopsy report for over 9 years. They have had that autopsy report since a month or two after Dee Dee passed. They know exactly if that autopsy report makes Gypsy look guilty or not. And that mayor or that governor is going to be in so much trouble. If this is an election year and the governor gets reelected this November, and he's the same governor that let Gypsy have that deal, can you imagine the flack he's gonna get when it shows he was wrong and should have never gave that deal? It's like, dude, you should have never gave that deal. Like I said, pitchforks and torches are coming out. I agree. Gypsy created a monster. She turned him into... She awoke something deep inside of him that he was already scared of. He already had a little bit of delusions. And she woke up something deep, deep inside of him. That's why some people say he might have done it if somebody else maybe coaxed him. Because she worked on him and worked on him and worked on him until that little devil came out on that shoulder. He would have to, my idea, like I said, my best bet is halfway house for maybe 5 years, where they'll let him have a job, a curfew, rules, counseling. I mean, that might be his best bet, is that good halfway house that will get him a good counselor and teach him how to live real life again. But the problem is in the meantime, if he gets a girlfriend while he's still healing, can he hurt her? Because that once gentle guy that Nick was is now turned into a rabid little dog. She bit him and gave him rabies. Just kidding. I'm like, it's like she bit him and gave him rabies. And now he's sick. Got it. To stop it. But yeah, that's my best bet, is halfway house with counseling and everything for maybe at least 5 years. Is what I'm thinking. That's the only help he's going to get. Because those people in the halfway houses are trusted, and he'll be chill. Woke up or planted violent entertainment could have planted. Well, you see how she slowly, he was in that McDonald's watching Grape Prawn because she told him to. She was grooming him. Demon Rabies. She was grooming him. She's grooming him. That was the first, because Nick, he told the cops, if you read the cop report, it's something he's never looked up before. Gypsy told him to look it up. It was part of their BDSM. I mean, if they would do consensual grape, how far is it a stretch? Oh, they're scaring off Pixie's mom again, huh? That Pixie mom girl's in there again. And she might still be able to control him. She's still able to control Ryan. The only person she probably can't control is Dan. And well, he's back in prison now. I wonder how he violated parole to get in prison. Do you think he could have violated parole by trying to go see Gypsy? Because he violated parole in June. Where was Gypsy? Gypsy in June was pregnant. She just found out she was pregnant. I would laugh if it came out to be Dan's baby. It's like, you're not the father. You're not the father. Dan's the father. It's like, haha. See, that's where her cookie got infected. She met up with Dan. Dan infected her cookie. And then she passed that cookie on. She didn't tell Ken, did she, that she had an infected cookie when they slept together, did she? I mean, that's gross to me. How can you be with somebody and not tell them something is wrong down there? Can we wait until the doctor clears me? That's how STDs get spread. All the time. Well, some drama's really going down in the Starlights. Let's see who's on our panel. We got Nicole. Yeah, Jenna Ray's normal. And Emma. They were yelling at Pixie's mom for a second, and There's people coming in spying for Bree. Wood the bugs in there. XOXO says Karma paid Bree a much needed visit. People are trying to figure out if Gypsy is free or not. Like, this is a big deal. What is going on with Gyp? Do you think she'll go back to... Somebody's in the stream earlier today. See, this is why it's good that people just speak their mind and let people stew on it and think for a minute. Because somebody said earlier today, do you think Gypsy's trying to get sent back on purpose? If she's not pregnant and she gets sent back to prison, she could miscarry because of the stress. Ken wouldn't know any better. And then would she make Ken wait for her this time? Be like, Ken, just go open the restaurant in New Orleans and wait for me. I'll be out in a year, and by the time I get out, we can have the grand opening. Just here, have some money, open the restaurant. Because as soon as she's back in prison, I think Christy and Ken can have control of the money. Right? As soon as Gypsy goes back, does the escrow go back to Christy can take it out at any time? Bree's like, this is a conversation between me and Gypsy, and everybody's going crazy over it. It's supposed to be secret. She's like, I covered the camera. I didn't know the microphone was still on. So you knew the stream was on then, but all you did was cover a camera? You should have shut it down all the way. You should have just shut the stream down. I think if they can't get the money, because I've talked about a conservatorship before, and Nina's like, that's just a rumor, Rose. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. Because I've mentioned it on Morbid's Live before, and I made a video about it too. After I heard about what Kim K was doing to Kanye West, I made a video about... Alice down the rabbit hole. Who's that again? I can't remember. They're in there. Oh, Bree said the PO didn't care about the conversation, so they don't care that Bree told her to lie. Nobody believes it was an accident. Oh, crap. Hold on, BRB. I forgot to put dinner in the oven. It takes over an hour to cook lasagna. But it was, my husband put it in the oven. If somebody keeps telling you, I tell the truth, they most likely don't tell the truth. Yes, Bree does lie. Somebody's remarked how Bree always says she tells the truth. I tell people, don't take my word as God. I just watch YouTube videos. I jump down the rabbit hole. I go read newspaper articles. I Google stuff. I bring my opinion to the table. And sometimes I might remember something this way, but then when I go back and look at it, it's really this way. But I try and get as close to the truth as I can. I never purposely lie to people, though. If I get something wrong, I'll apologize. But I never purposely go, I'm going to make up this story. That's why I just can't back the Ken is gay thing. If Ken says he's not gay, I'm not going to back it. I'm going to back Ken. Because I'm not going to mess with that rumor anymore. I never did. I never believed it. Who's in the hospital? Is Gypsy in the hospital? Or who's in the hospital? Who's in the hospital? Is Bree in the hospital? Okay, that's why Bree was crying on the live, because she just got home from the hospital. Yeah, everybody makes mistakes, and if I make a mistake, I'll correct it. Like, I made a mistake, I think, on that Katie Shark thing. She did say something about a shark bite, but I thought it pertained to her. She said most people lose their legs by shark bites. That's not how she lost hers. I thought I remembered the article saying she was straightening up a joke she made about a shark bite. I mean, that article could still be out there and I just can't find it again. I could be right. I could have remembered it right, just can't find it. I don't know. I need to start screenshotting and clipping things. Even if I don't think they're important at the moment, they might be important later. The most important part, yes, is what you do with your mistakes and misunderstandings. Accountability goes a long way. Excuses and blaming somebody else is the wrong way to go. Let me switch over and see what's going on the Toddy One Skip thing. Okay, let's see what's going on over there real quick. Toddy used to be in the witness protection program. They're talking about their passing the witness protection program in the Army. What happened? Okay, never mind. That was Hello Starlight's problem. Trying to sit comfortable where my back doesn't hurt as much. We're at Christy's house. According to Fancy, just a cop went there, but no police report. But they thought, Fancy is speculated that the cop might have been delivering something for the probation officer. If Gypsy miscarries today, then she doesn't have to see her PO tomorrow. Or maybe he won't send her back to jail if she's miscarrying. That's what I was saying too, Starlight. Starlight is saying that she hopes the PO says you shouldn't be talking to Bree. I watched her channel. There might not be an arrest. Well, no, Bree went to the hospital. We don't know what's going on with Gypsy today. Gypsy hasn't gotten on a live in a couple of days. Neither do I. I do too. I have a hard time wanting to send somebody back to prison. I would like to see her. I would like to see her get better. She probably won't. Yeah. Fancy said a police went over there, but there's no police report. So they're wondering if the police was just delivering a summons for the parole officer, an official summons, so she might be going back. Oh, wow. I'm not monetized either, but I love streaming. I won't give up streaming. If I never become monetized, I never become monetized. Oh well. She went to... So... Yep, receipts or it didn't happen, guys. Yeah, I'm surprised Hello Starlight isn't monetized. She's got over 400 people watching her. That should give her the watch hours she needs. I'll go ahead and like her stream to help the algorithm. I'll like it. I really love Starlight. If so, then maybe she's faking an illness. Take her for a moment. The only thing I have a problem with is this Fancy versus Sarah thing. And Starlight backs Fancy. And I don't want to back either Fancy or Sarah. I just want to talk and evaluate the situation. And I trust Starlight, and Starlight backs Fancy. So does that mean I should trust Fancy? But I've seen Fancy lie. I mean, I can prove Fancy lying. Then play it, Bree. Bree says there's a missing part of the clip that we didn't hear. That shows it's a joke. She's like, you should lie to your probation officer because people think you lie all the time anyway, so ha ha ha. So the whole lying thing was a joke. Bree says what will get Gypsy in trouble is her taking the bad advice to lie, not Bree giving the advice. Bree giving the advice isn't bad. Gypsy taking the advice is bad. Many of them be less than truthful. No, nobody's perfect. Well, and that's why I'm talking about morals and ethics lately. I'm trying to live a moral and ethical life. I'm trying to stop swearing. I'm trying to live a good life. And especially when I get my kids back, I don't want to be swearing and all kinds of stuff anymore. I want to be a better mom for my kids. You know what? I've given people bad advice before. They took it, and then we all got in trouble. And that's how I ended up in the court system at 18 with a felony charge. Because I gave somebody bad advice. Do not give people bad advice. Hours and hours lying. She spends like 15, 16, 17 hours a day live lying. Oh, without a crystal ball's in the chat. Bree has active warrants. Okay, let's go check on Toddy one skip real quick. Let's go see what Toddy's doing. Where's the Toddy one skip one? Oh, come on. Where's the Toddy one skip one? There we go. Now Toddy's talking about God. And Bigfoot. Toddy believes in afterlife and ghosts and spirits visiting you and loved ones visiting you after death. UFOs. You have a story about Bigfoot? Oh! Have you seen Bigfoot? Have you seen Bigfoot's Bigfoot? Have you seen a footprint of Bigfoot? I'm switching between Starlight and Toddy. Depends on who's talking about interesting stuff. Because I'm going back and forth. There's 2 people on right now. What do I do, you know? There's 2 good people on. So I'm trying to report to you about what's going on, both of them. Oh, they're just talking about Sasquatch. Said there's more than one Sasquatch. He's a hunter and he says he's felt the presence of things out there. Okay, here we go. Maybe this will be more comfy. See, I'm scared to talk about God on my stream. I was talking about morals and ethics today, and that was scary. Toddy's openly talking about God. But then again, Into the Weeds is an open Christian podcast, though. They're very open about their Christianity. Okay, I'm back to Starlight. Let's see what Starlight's reporting. Okay, Starlight says it's about to get spicy. Are you ready for this? It's getting spicy. There were experiences behind our house. Nice. Fancy's getting with anybody that'll hear her story. Fancy's trying to spin the narrative against what's her name? Sarah again. Without a Crystal Ball says Zora and I going rogue has really made the family go into damage control mode and freak out mode. Ooh, one day you'll put that. Yay! I want to see it. I would love to see proof or some sort of proof about Bigfoot. That'd be cool. Jesus is the Savior. This is a crazy question for you, Ava. This is interesting. So you believe in Jesus, but you have a pentagram by your name. Is that a pentagram? That's a pentagram, right? I mean, a star and a circle is a pentagram, right? That's interesting. Because first glance at that there's a pentagram by your name, I wouldn't guess you're religious. Everybody's running to Fancy's side when Fancy is still in the wrong. Sarah Epstein is talking about Gypsy miscarrying. I think Gypsy's gonna miscarry, but I don't want to double down on it and put my full bet on it. I don't think she's pregnant. I never thought she was, but I'm not ready to double down on it. Cause something just tells me no, she's not pregnant. She's not. She's just a miscarriage is coming. It's gotta come this week. Gypsy, you're crazy if you keep carrying this on. Cause what are you gonna carry it on? It's like No. I don't know. I don't believe that Fancy has the same goal as... Fancy needs as many streamers to back her up so she wins in court. I feel this is my words, entertainment purposes and all of that. I feel she really is trying to win in court. Worship. I believe there is a God and a goddess. All religions know that. I believe there is truth in the Bible. It was written by man. Yeah, the Bible, it's like, do you know anything about the Apocrypha? Five, 6 months. My husband has been watching for Ezra's Eagle right now. Do you believe in the second coming? Do you think we're really going to see it in the next decade or two? The Apocrypha is hard because man has changed it a little bit. And so we don't know how true is Ezra's Eagle. Is it 100% true? Or did Ezra's Eagle get messed with too? Bree posted a new video, The Truth About Gypsy. Katie Joy's all over Starlight stream sending her stuff. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to Toddy real quick. They're getting boring. The word, they probably know what their truth means. Most people nowadays are like, well, it's my truth. In the second coming, nothing will settle this mess we're living. We're on the same boat. You should talk to me and my husband sometime. 'Cause are you in the U.S.? Because Biden might be one of the short feathers. We need, I think it's 3 or 4 short feathers. The eagle heads are about to wake up. And as soon as the eagle heads are gone, the Antichrist comes. Ezra's eagle might be playing out right now. We just don't know who's the short feathers. Is it Biden, Kamala, and Trump? We don't know. Because things keep switching up. It looks like Biden might be a feather because they're keeping Biden alive right now because they need him to back Kamala. But as soon as Kamala's completely ready to take office, they're going to get rid of Biden. And if he's gone before January 19th, he's a feather. We're watching for Ezra's eagle right now. I generally don't talk about this, especially on stream, because it's a dangerous subject to talk about. It's very dangerous. Because that's why me and my husband, we're trying to have pure hearts. Don't hate anybody. Feel sorrow for them. You know, we're trying to change our lives around and be ready for what's about to come. That's why I've taken this heavy dig towards a more religious life and stuff. I mean, I've been religious all my life, but I've slacked at it, you know, I've been a slacker at it. Wait, August 10th, they're having the baby sex reveal. She's got to miscarry before the 10th of August. She's got like 6 more days. Starlight saying what I've already thought about. If Gypsy showed a video and her doctor said you can't have a sonogram until you're further along, but at 11 weeks somehow she had sonogram photos. Okay, Starlight says we're about to lose our minds. Buckle in. Buckle up, guys. We're going for a ride. The problem is we can't have a united front when all these creators are lying. Yeah, belief is so personal. It is. That's why usually I don't try and talk politics and religion on my stream. When I'm not on stream, me and my husband talk about it all the time. I mean, maybe Bree was crying because she's at the hospital because Gypsy miscarried. And we just haven't heard about it yet. Maybe it's already happened and the news hasn't spread yet. Continues. It's not like we. Well, I always thought Gypsy was going to miscarry and be like, I gotta take another mental health break. I've predicted that from the moment she announced her pregnancy. I was like, no, I don't want to believe it. No, this girl's gotta be lying. It's not the first time she's lied about pregnancy. And yeah, they're pushing us to believe this pregnancy so hard. Like when you overstep trying to make people believe something. Like when people were accusing me of stuff, I'd stick up for myself a little bit and then walk away. I wouldn't stand there forever and fight it and constantly try and prove it. Even though I hated people that didn't believe me, I never went and confronted them for not believing me. Come on, Starlight, what's crazy? Show us what's crazy. It's just hard because, like, who dat and stuff like that, they live in Louisiana and they're talking about Gypsy going to get ultrasounds and stuff. So that means she's got to be pregnant. See, this is what trips me out, why I'm not doubling down on fake pregnancy. Because there's people like Macy and stuff saying, no, I know Gypsy's pregnant. Okay, Katie Joy's up and talking in Starlight's panel. Katie Joy's saying that Christy didn't like her because she didn't simp like Bree. Let's check on Toddy. Okay, now they're talking about the act. I admit I don't know for sure, but I'll take more than a few witnesses, Stevens. Yeah, like when they did that whole, Ken, I'm in the doctor's office, see, I am pregnant. That was like, Gypsy, that tells me you're not pregnant and you are trying so hard. And if Ken doesn't believe you're pregnant and you gotta show Ken that much proof, I'm worried. Because if Ken's worried you're faking him out, then I'm gonna worry you're faking. And we all know Christy Lizen would play along. I mean, she was sitting in the doctor's office. There was no pregnancy test proof. It's like, if you want to prove to Ken you're pregnant, your doctor will print you out your record of why you visited that day. And it'll say, yes, positive pregnancy test, blah, blah, blah. I always walked away from my doctor's office with a little note that says, yes, you're pregnant. Trying to get back everyone's graces. Yeah, Katie Joy is going on everybody's lives right now. Morbid, but she won't go back on Morbid anymore. And Starlight and Fancy, and like I said, I really do like Starlight. The problem I'm having is that Starlight backs Fancy, and I don't know if she believes that Fancy can lie, but I've watched Fancy lie. Yes, how many people does it take to visit a doctor? One to screw the just kidding. One to hold the camera and one to smile. I mean, they could have gone and done that hospital visit at any time. They could have done it any time. I need to look and see when she changed her hair color. And she's changing her hair color. Why would you change your hair color if you're pregnant? She was blonde, now she's back to brown. You wouldn't change your hair color if you were pregnant. Katie Joy's got to be working for the PR company. This new PR company's making a new move. If they can get Katie Joy, and of course they are going to choose Katie Joy to do this because Katie Joy is well known in our community, and she does have a big platform. If they can get Katie Joy to make the rounds in the community and get everybody to like her and put her on the lives like they're doing now, then she gets the narrative of the family spun, because everybody's going to hang on every word Katie Joy says and believe every word Katie Joy says. Because she just came from the family and she's breaking their secrets. But have you heard a secret yet that Katie Joy has said that we don't know yet? What has Katie Joy said? Yeah, because aren't you not supposed to dye your hair while you're pregnant? And she was blonde when she got pregnant, and there's video proof of it. That she was blonde at 11 weeks old, and now she's brown, which means she recently dyed that hair. After her pregnancy video that she had to say. Tell me one thing Katie Joy has said that you're like, oh my gosh, they broke the secrets. Because I don't think Katie Joy came out here and said anything we haven't been saying. It's like Katie Joy is just smoothing over everything we say and putting it in her own words. She's like, here we go. I'm going to agree with you guys on this, but let me tell you how it exactly went down. And her stupid video of Christy. Why don't you tell Gypsy? They're like, ooh, everybody, Katie Joy's getting after Christy. No, getting after Christy would be like, Christy, you need to start being a mom. Christy, you need to start telling Gypsy what to do. Christy, you're not doing a good job as a mom because you won't talk to Gypsy about her sociopathic behavior. You won't talk to Gypsy about her microdeletion. Not sitting there saying, Christy, why don't you do this? Christy, why don't you tell Gypsy you told me this? That's not getting after anybody. Come on. Yep. A little bit of truth. And if you can do... Like Fancy right now, she's saying, well, Sarah's the first one that said chest bump. Yeah, Sarah said, like as to chest bump. She didn't say, he chest bumped me. He touched my boobie. I saw the video, Fancy. She said, like as to chest bump. I wonder if Fancy saw my video where I explained Into the Weeds' and what happened in Chillicothe. And that's why she's changing this narrative heavily. Because she doesn't want me to spin the narrative. Because I proved that Sarah never said he chest bumped me. She said like as to chest bump me. And I believe Into the Weeds when they say she and so if like you listened to Ryan Lee's live yesterday with Fancy and go towards the end where she starts talking about Sarah and everything, Fancy's in her soft behaving voice. And Sarah's the one who said that it was the chest bump. And can you tell how Fancy's calmed way down? She's learned the calmer I talk, the more believable I am. So when did you see her on Morbids? Thank you, Morbid. You're very welcome, Morbid. Yeah, I would like that, Morbid. She was way overly polite. Well, I'm gonna probably have to go here in a sec because my dinner should be done. But time to go spend the rest of the evening with my husband. I'll flip back and forth between the two streams and see what we want. And message me if you wanna. I am in Morbid's Discord. I don't know if you're in Morbid's. I am in Morbid's Discord. My name's It's Rose. I'm the only Rose out there, so I just name myself It's Rose. So that when I'm in my Discord, people know, oh, that's Rose. It's Rose right there. That's Rose. It's Rose. Rose is here. It's Rose. I had no idea there was going to be 10 other Roses I was going to have to compete with in Morbid's Discord. Nah. But I got Discord. I got TikTok. I got email. I should put my email on the background so people can see it. But I'm gonna go eat my dinner. I found her channel was talking normally. I think she has hyper personality, but she does admit it. Yeah, she does. It's okay if you have to get on meds for a while, Fancy, or something. It's okay. I had to take meds for a little while to learn how to feel when my bipolar is calm, so that I can not have to take my pills but keep my head clear. So now I know what delusions and stuff, and that's why I asked my husband. I showed my husband Morbid's live last week, and I said, you tell me, is it in my head? Am I going crazy that I felt shut down and made fun of? Because my husband's a very logical thinker. I said, you tell me. Because if you tell me that it looks like, yes, Rose, you were made fun of, I will believe you. If it's all in my head, then I need to start taking my pills again. Okay. Well, I'm in TikTok and email. Oh. Alright, well. I need to go rest my back too. I cannot get comfortable in this chair today where it's not hurting. It's just hurting. Someone else get ignored there recently too. And I don't know if morbid means to do it or what. But I'm also not Nina or Becca Scoops. Or somehow what the bug. See, the streamer does set the precedence. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, I can handle people in his comment section being rude to me. What I can't handle is the way he puts some people on a pedestal and some people not. And so those that are on a pedestal are the truthful ones, and the ones not on pedestal can be the liars, the crazy ones. The ones we don't listen to, the ones we don't believe, the ones we can put down. You don't see people putting Becca Scoops down. Fancy even comes in. A few of us do put Fancy down, but I mean, Morbid gets really quiet when Fancy comes in. He does. He's like, okay, Fancy's here. And so his behavior does tell the stream, if you want to be cool with me, here's how you treat this person on panel. If I don't like what they're saying and I shut them down and I'm like, no, that can't happen. No. Then that gives the stream the okay to be like, all right, we can disagree too and we can put her down too. And like I said, when somebody like Becca Scoops walks on, Becca Scoops is a god. She's never done YouTube before. She saw Gypsy, and she's like, oh, well, my husband's a detective, and I'm a retired nurse. So, let's take a stab at the virtual world. They are using Gypsy for clout. I am going to move on to other people a little bit. I'm still going to do Gypsy, but I got an interesting idea about Chris Watts that nobody said I want to talk about. I got two ideas of what happened that night. But yeah, there is people, and I liked it. I appreciated it when Toddy came out and said nobody should be on a pedestal. Nobody. Don't put anybody on a pedestal. None of us streamers deserve it. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you, Toddy. Because it hurts when some get put on a pedestal way up high and some get put down here. And that's one reason why some people did flock to my channel, is when I opened up about not liking Nina and not wanting to worship Nina. And the people that didn't want to worship Nina flocked over here, where they can freely say on my channel, I don't like Nina either. And it's like, yes, you can come over here and freely say, I don't like Nina. And that's okay. That's okay. It's fine. Nobody's going to chide you for not putting, for a streamer that they put on a pedestal, for you not liking them and I want to give people, because if they say over there on Morbid's channel, I don't like you, Nina, people are going to be like, what are you talking about? This is Nina. And especially what the bug, they're like, everybody shut up. Nina needs to talk. This is Nina's time. And it's like, well, geez, guys. Yeah, there is personal favorites. It's just hard. It's like, I don't know. I guess it's just hard on me because my mom and stuff picks favorite children and stuff like that. And it hurts when you're not the favorite. It hurts that people do favorites so that somebody, it's like competition. I don't like to win and I don't like to lose. I hate the feeling of being a loser, but I hate winning because I don't like to brag, and I hate making somebody feel like a loser, you know? So I would rather just not compete at all. I don't like competition games. I like games where we could just hang out and play together. I don't want to compete against you. I don't want to win and make you feel bad. I don't want to let you win. So, because sometimes you let people win. I don't want people to let me win so I don't feel bad. You know, you know. So it's kind of like that. I have that kind of mentality. Who was it? There was a famous person that backed me up on it. And I was like, yeah, baby. I was like, thank you. I don't think it was Robert Downey Jr., was it? There was a really, really famous person that said that same thing as I did. And I was like, thank you. Thank you. If there's a famous person out there that says it, I feel a lot better that I feel this way. I applaud you for speaking your truth. Do not watch her. I gotta get bold enough to just speak my truth and not care if I get shut down. My husband, you should have seen his face when I was like, Morbid, have you ever had sex? And my husband's like, I can't believe you asked Morbid that. And I'm like, Morbid was really irking me. And so, yes, I took a jab at him because I felt like people were taking jabs at me. And I didn't expect for people to take it that hard what I was saying. And then for them to be like, well, we'll talk to Candace Starr and we'll see if it's true. And it's like, what difference is Candace Starr's word over mine? I saw it on Candace Starr's page. I repeated it. Why do you need her word over mine? And so, yeah, I took a dig at Morbid because I felt like people were taking digs at me. And so I had to take a dig at Morbid. Alright, well, my back cannot take this chair anymore. But I guess I'll see you on somebody's live or somewhere back on my live later. And chat with you when I can. So, fuse softness with weakness. They do. I get the short end of the stick all the time because I am a very loving, soft person. I'm easy to make fun of. It's easy to make me cry. Crying isn't weakness. It's just emotion flowing. That's all it is. It's not weakness. It's just when I get to a point of crying, it's because I'm so frustrated with talking to you that the only thing left is to cry. All right, thank you. Dawn, I'm coming in. I'm closing up stream. All right, you go. Go.